Good morning, everyone. It's Tuesday, January 31st. We've officially made it through the month, or we will in 8 or 9 hours. But today is the calm before the FOMC, which takes place tomorrow. And then we've got earnings, tech earnings throughout the week. So very, very exciting days. But I think today is the calm before it all starts. So get into your positions and let's talk about them. Uh, yeah, go ahead. What you guys got?
Yesterday, I had a lot of red, but my biggest positions helped me stay green for the day. But ouch, everywhere else.
I have an interesting play today for everybody. So I got into this yesterday. I did a call debit spread on this BuzzFeed BZFD. So basically, late last week, it tripled in value up to about $3 a share. And the reason for this was because BuzzFeed is going to use ChatGPT to write articles. And so the play for me here is that with BuzzFeed tripling in value over, oh, we're going to use a bot to write articles. I think that was pretty much a substantial overbuy there. So I'm buying, I bought.
I think the bigger reason for BuzzFeed's big jump was actually the Meta partnership. So I'm not sure if that's conflating your analysis.
That's quite possible. I wasn't aware of the Meta stuff.
If you want to play that's not going to work out, there's someone who bought $14,000 in puts on Carvana yesterday. Carvana is currently up something like 11% in pre-market, so it is not going very well, to say the least. But I appreciate the balls on that guy.
Just one of those companies that refuses to die quietly.
There's going to be too much cash going in there for them to lose all year. They're not going bankrupt this year, but they'll still keep bringing enough cash in from the assets they sell, not their revenue that they bring in, but the assets they sell. And it's a slow and steady dying process. It's like 1,000 paper cuts. They'll eventually bleed out, but won't be this quarter.
All right. What else we got? Anyone else with plays or analysis?
Well, I'm pretty shocked right now. I checked the SPY like an hour ago. It's down like 0.85%. It's showing up right now. Is that true?
Yeah, there's some good earnings reports from GM and ExxonMobil beat, GM beat. And I also show, like, I've been using Bitcoin as a leading indicator, and I mentioned earlier that Bitcoin is trending slightly up this morning. So, earlier SPY was showing that they were below the 50 and 200, 100 and 200 day moving averages, but now it's starting to turn back around and go back up.
Right.
The unemployment cost index was near where they said it would be. So literally, you're going to see a little jump up in the morning, like I thought, like yesterday, and then falling off throughout the day for the Fed or evening out. I think we pump after the Fed's dovish.
I mean, I'm still of the opinion that everybody knows they're going to do 25. So when they do 25, there's no reason for things to go up. They kind of already went up. So I'm playing put right now.
That part's priced in. It's just all in how he speaks. Got to remember, Powell works for Biden, but the Fed is independent. And Biden's got he's got classified document problems right now that he needs to deflect from. He doesn't want people losing their 401ks and coming after him because he's got the lowest percentage ever. Anyway, long and the short of it is, I think he's given Powell specific instructions on how to talk in his speech, and that'll keep us pumping for a while, especially after his speech and through the next few weeks.
Yeah, I mean, the Fed's independent, but I'm sure they hear messaging from the White House, but Powell's also a student of Volcker, and if you look at what happened in the 70s, right, they had a second round of inflation because they kind of let off the brakes, I should say. So, I mean, I think he's, dovish and going 25 bips, but then he's hawkish in his rhetoric like he's been. So, I think if there is a pop, I think it reverses on guidance.
I agree with that.
I think that's the way everyone's feeling. That's why I feel it goes the other way. The put to call ratio is still 3-1 on Fridays. When you look at it, they don't get wrong. The Fed's mandate from the beginning of this was to destroy wealth, not to stop inflation, not to go great. They need to destroy wealth. All that money they put in the system, they need to destroy some of it so that inflation doesn't continue. Destroying wealth is going against the grain. So they will find a way to get those puts all again up. And the long and the short of it is, I think we do the opposite. What you guys think? I think we go down on the Fed announcement of a quarter point because everybody's seeing the low, and when he starts speaking and he starts saying good things, because that's what. Remember, a lot of the Fed governors that voted, you have voting Fed governors and you have non-voting Fed governors that speak. Most of the ones that were voting were saying how they think we're on the right track and how shorter increases or not a lot of increases are necessary, or they see good things, and that's why we've been pumping. Not the last 10 days, but right before the blackout period, 10 days now. That's what they were saying, and so for the last week and a half, we've been pumping. And usually, when they're in a blackout period, people are going off of what they said. So the voting members are the ones that are pretty much going to come out and say, yeah, quarter point, we see future looking good, and it's going to go all in with the narrative because we have to destroy wealth, and that's what to do it is to take away the options for people, then crash the market.
Yeah, and I think we also have to look at unemployment still. Like, if unemployment is still in the low to mid 3% range, we still need a much larger growth in unemployment so we can see inflation really dip down to where it needs to be. And again, we're still experiencing that bullwhip effect where the inflation of today is from anywhere from 4 to 6 months ago as more contracts are being rewritten and re-signed between suppliers and agreements that, your eggs or whatever price they are based on whatever state or country you're in. But it's just going to get obviously worse for consumers. So I think we just really need to understand that, yes, 25 basis points is most definitely priced in. Could he go for 50 is always on the table, but it's probably unlikely. It's what he says. Like, every candlestick matters from the moment he opens at 2 till whatever he stops talking at 3. So you really need to be, observant of what he says. And it's all about keywords. It's all about hard landing, soft landing. It's all about hawkish, bearish. It's all about those things he really likes to say, Jay Powell, and it'll really screw with people and their confidence in the market. And then if Wednesday goes as sour as some people might think it will, then, going into Friday, it'll just be a bloodbath. Like, I could see us easily hitting into the high 380s come Friday, depending on how bad that conversation goes.
I agree with that. I was thinking about that. That's my prediction for this week. A bit of a drop. I mean, the thing about it is Jay Powell, he's not going to walk into that a rally after the meeting. So we might just get a bit of a drop. But we've got major earnings coming on Thursday. We've got Apple, we've got Amazon, and we've got Alphabet. So we have to watch for those key earnings. If they're really good, we can see an easy reversal on what is going to happen on Wednesday. So we just need to watch those earnings and watch what Jay Powell says.
Yeah, exactly. I think tech earnings are really good. No, sorry. I'll be quick. I think tech earnings are really big, and they're really going to set the narrative for the next week as well, for the next couple of weeks. So if you get a 25 basis point hike plus hawkish news plus tech earnings between Amazon and Apple, because now I'm not sure if they're going to be reporting on Christmas sales, depending on when their fiscal quarter ends. But if that's the case and we have weak Christmas sales, especially from Apple or Amazon, it's going to look really bad. Sorry.
Oh, I was just going to say, I guess I'm the only bull here. I'm looking for 410. 420 is a little bit over bullish, but yeah, I think we're going to end the week high in green. But I could be wrong. At the end of the day, I think Powell has been speaking the same rhetoric over and over and over. I think it's a little past mature, if I may say that, if that's even a word, to say that his words we need to listen to. He's been repeating the same words over and over, and he's been saying he's going to use the same tools. The question about the rate being so high, I mean, I kind of feel like it's priced in, and maybe it's too premature to say that tech is coming back, and we're going to see these tech earnings blow out of the water. We will see some bearishness to it, but it's not enough for us to pull away from it. I think quite the opposite, but I digress.
Yeah, so I really think it depends on if they meet expectations versus their outlook, right? I think Microsoft did meet their expectations, correct me if I'm wrong, or barely missed, and they still had, a bit of a drop come the aftermarket. So I really think at the end of the day, you have to understand that the outlook for the next 6 to 12 is what really is going to spook investors. I can't imagine Apple, now the only tech company that hasn't really had any major layoffs, go up to the board or really to the investors and say, yeah, we're having a great time out here, when really, iPhone, pre-orders are probably at, big lows. Cell phone sales are down. You've got probably Amazon, who's probably eating dirt on AWS, because probably a lot of companies are starting to downsize, which means less cloud computing is required. All these things really play into the factor of what Jay Powell is going to be kind of adding into on Wednesday. So, I mean, if the thesis is, tech is good, but outlook is bad, it's still bad, right? Unless you have strong outlook and strong numbers to perform with, which I doubt any company in the tech sector has at the moment, we're going to have a really rough couple of weeks.
So just a quick question about that. So right now, most tech stocks are at the same price they were mid-pandemic, maybe 2021. That's where the prices have gone back down to. Now, at the same point in, let's say, 2021, we were in the middle of a pandemic where everyone had to stay home, and there was a really, really solid thesis behind the tech boom. In other words, the whole market was rising. All right, we were entering the bubble. Everyone had to be relying heavily on tech, and people were saying, yeah, this is the tech boom. What the hell is the thesis right now? In other words, we're past that point. Why is there any thesis out there that says that tech is going to go back up from where it is now when it's not even that low historically?
Well, it got tax loss sold pretty hard last year, so there's buying at the beginning of this year, and it's technical.
Look,
so they answered your question.
So,
you're looking for a fundamental reason. I don't think it's a fundamental reason. I think it's technical, and I think it'll probably reverse.
As long as we agree that we're still like playing a Ponzi scheme here as far as our assumptions on what tech is going to do, but like there's no, just so everyone understands, there is no fundamental reason why we should be re-entering a bull market right now on tech.
Yep.
Other than destruction of wealth, because everybody smart is playing puts.
I mean, to say we're not.
I'm only looking for Amazon as the go-to tech company this coming Friday. Sorry to interrupt.
I was gonna say to say that we're not gonna enter a bull run with tech. That means the whole market's gonna go down. We know that tech is a huge factor which drives the SPY. We know that all these huge companies with huge market capital drive the SPY day to day. We even looked at Tesla the other day when it was moving up massively. It was in high correlation with SPY because it has such a large market cap. I meant to actually say that SPY was in high correlation with Tesla because it tracks all the stock. But like I'm saying, the tech sector in general, it's a large sector of the market. So if it moves down, most of the time the stock market's going to move down too.
One more thing I want to mention to you guys about anybody out there who tries to play zero DTE options. Don't watch the VIX. Watch the VIX futures. Because the VIX could be going down. If the VIX futures are spiking or going up 1%, 2% at any time, SPY, Apple will drop. It's almost 100% correlation. The VIX futures are what people watch to me when they're buying or selling shares. on a short-term basis. So I watch those daily, and it's usually a good correlation. If the VIX futures are going up, SPY's going down. If the VIX futures are going down, SPY's going up. And watch it like every hour or every few hours or so, because it makes a big difference.
Yeah, I would say that is true. They do correlate sometimes together. Sometimes they don't, but that does happen. I do want to say real quick, tech is future forward looking. So I think it's kind of strange to say that if they go down, let's be honest. The Apple iPhone 14 was shit, right? Even the daughter of Steve Jobs came out and said it was shit. Called them out on their game. We all know as Apple iPhone users that it's a shit phone, right? But at the end of the day, we're still a group of people that like Apple. And I think that Google and Amazon, I mean, these guys aren't going anywhere at the end of the day. I think that they'll keep the market up. And I think that we'll start to see a lot more companies have forward-looking guidance. I think Philips is a great example of that. The CEO said, hey, we're going to go more aligned with our, whatever you call that, smaller business type focus. And I think we're going to see that within the actual companies itself. The CEOs are actually going to start saying, we're going to start leaning down the process. That's going to be their new tagline. And that's going to be their bullish pattern within some respects. And we're all going to buy into it because at the end of the day, we want to play, right? If it keeps going down, it's not a really great forward look for all of us. We're trying to get past the whole COVID letdown, if you may. But who knows? We could all be unemployed too and be sitting here rolling dice. So what do I know?
I mean, I'm with you. I just want to keep in mind that, when we look at the price of these stocks and we're considering how the major investors are going to respond to price changes, you have to consider they're looking at their dollar cost average for how much how much you spent getting into these positions. So if you've gotten into Microsoft even just 2 years ago, 3 years ago, when it was $50 cheaper than it is right now, why would you dollar cost average up? You're not even buying a dip at that point. You're actually dollar cost averaging up at a time where the investment is less secure because you don't know the movement of the market. So I think tech has to be phenomenal. In other words, just having a moderately good outlook is not going to be enough to really pump tech.
I completely agree.
You've got to be phenomenal if you're going to be changing the trajectory of the market.
Speaking of phenomenal, how about those Spotify results today, huh?
Yeah, I love Spotify. Hell yeah.
Yeah, it didn't move up as much as I thought it would. It sounded like a resounding beat, and last I checked, it was like up 4.5% or something. It got walloped last year.
Yeah, pre-market, I'm looking at up 9.8, 10% right now.
No, that's more like it. Nice.
For those of you not in the know, they pretty much beat all of their guidance numbers. Revenue came in at 3.1 billion euros, I think. They guided at 3. They had a lower than expected loss. Premium subscribers grew to 205, guided 202. Their margins came in above guidance at 25.3%, and then their expectation for next year is that a lot of their costs will decline with the layoffs of, I think, 800 employees, as well as some investments that are rolling off that they're hoping are going to increase those margins. So that was the guidance for this year.
What you guys thinking about Meta? Because I've heard a lot of people who are bullish on it, but I'm actually countering that. I don't think so for their earnings. What do you guys think about it this week? You guys will come through?
I think it's entirely possible that Meta will beat expectations simply because the people who are giving expectations tend to under bet so the company can overperform. But I don't think it's going to be anything phenomenal. Meta has been struggling for the last 2 quarters with their users. They're still, got apps like Instagram. They're still losing users to TikTok, and I just don't know. I think Meta's kind of it's critical mass. Their whole deal with BuzzFeed to try to generate original content. Both BuzzFeed and Meta are struggling at this point. I just don't see them being. I don't see them being terrible because they've laid off a bunch of people. So of course they're going to have some good forward guidance. They're going to be like, "Yay, we fired all the people that we hired in the last 2 years, so like we're back to normal." It's a good company. It's not like it's shit or anything. I just don't see it having really much future growth.
If everyone remembers Meta's last earnings, it wasn't the earnings that crushed them. They weren't great, but it was him coming out saying he's going to spend 90 million or 100 million or how many billions of dollars crazily on the AI, and how much he planned to just have his expenses for it without accounting any revenue for it. We're above the level that we were at that earnings right now, and they're expecting a better earnings from what I can tell. So I think Meta's to the plus side on their earnings, as long as he keeps his mouth shut and doesn't say he's going to spend a lot of money on something that's not going to bring in revenue.
Well, Meta makes money on advertisements, and I can tell you from the small business that I own, as well as from my W-2 company, that marketing is the first thing that's getting chopped. The next thing's headcount, but the first thing that's getting chopped is marketing. So I would be surprised if, in the face of a very well telegraphed recession and a bunch of compression in the tech sector, that Meta is going to report that their guidance is really good, that their revenue is really good. I'd really be surprised. I think a lot of the job cuts are kind of priced into the stock, as well as the bounce off the bottom. So yeah, I mean, I'd be surprised if it was very very bullish, but at the same time, the stock went down so much last year, it's still got room to the upside, in the coming years at least. So depends on how far forward people are looking. I'm not going to get in front of it, but I definitely wouldn't be playing it on the long side.
Yeah, that's the thing. I've been watching Meta for the past weeks now, and even though sometimes the market is down, it's still going up. So I've termed it. I've written my notes that it's irrationally bullish. So I don't like to short that thing. But currently, if we look back at its last earnings and how it performed during this last quarter, the last time it was green and beat earnings was around March time. And even before that, it had even missed earnings again. So with a lot of money being poured into AI and everything, I don't think it might beat earnings this time. And that, coupled with the Fed fund meeting, the market might gap down, because the earnings of Meta is after earnings on Wednesday. It might gap down before Thursday morning. So we just got to be careful with holding trade from Wednesday to Thursday.
If I may, real quick, I just want to add a little perspective to these earnings that are coming up, especially in tech sectors, which have had a rough go over the past year or so. Just understand that a lot of these companies have lowered their guidance and lowered their expectations, and they're going into this earnings season understanding, like you got to understand, they saw this coming. These are companies that are actually trying to survive and trying to have good earnings and beats, and they're actively pursuing that goal. So I mean, a lot of their expectations and their guidances were lowered going into this season. So although their numbers may be down, you can expect a number of beats, and you can also probably expect the market to rally as a result. I mean, it could be irrational and not sustainable, but it could still very well happen, in spite of the fact that we should be seeing misses.
Yeah, I was going to add, I can easily see Meta beating their expectations. It's just their guidance everyone's looking at. So if
like lowered revenues isn't going to necessarily translate into misses. That's all I want to say. So just be very cautious when you're placing your puts.
So if Mark says he expects lower advertising revenue, that thing's just going to fall.
I mean, here's the danger of this whole thing, though. We're talking about like expectations, right, and guidance, and we're not talking about how the company's actually doing. So, in other words, yes, everyone who's giving you expectations and guidance is going to undershoot where they expect Meta to be. But it's kind of like your teacher telling you that, like, hey, I only expect Jimmy to get a C plus, and then you show up with a regular C, and everybody's like cheering for you about how smart flipping Jimmy is, but he's not. He's a C student, and that's kind of the problem with Meta right now. Like, it's not that it's not getting a passing grade, right? But you're beating some really low expectations. So, at least for people who might be thinking about buying Meta, keep that in mind. I mean, it's a low bar.
Another thing to consider is you've got to remember that they got 2 billion shares, and they're expecting to make $2.22 a share. That puts them at a 14. Well, if their year expectations work out, it puts them about a 14 price to earnings ratio. So really, it's not a bad company to own. They're making profits. It's not a bad company to own as long as it means the price to earning ratio is under 20. Advertising will always be there. The company will always be there. It's, are they growing? And remember, growth has to be, it was gauged last few years for double-digit growth. But as long as they're growing, if they're not growing, they're dying. That's the general rule of life. If you're not growing, you're dying. So realistically, do I think they're a bad company? Hell no. Do I think this earnings is going to beat? Maybe not. But the key about it is at 14 P/E. I think you're fine. Anything even a near miss on EPS. I think with their forward-looking comments, Meta up 2 to 3%. It's not going to be a 20% drop like last time, even if they do bad. Anybody who bought last time when they went under 100, God bless you, because I mean you made 50% profit on your shares. So you got to remember, buy the fear, but at the same time, look at look if they're making money, and look how they're going to continue doing it.
Yeah. For the long term, I'll say that I have nothing against Meta for the long term. I think they bottom. Is that bottom around November? They hit like $90 a share. I have nothing against Meta in the long term. Yeah, or it can go up for that. But I'm just saying that this meeting, because the last meeting we saw, it dropped from 130 to about 100. Just in the not the meeting, sorry, the earnings it had. So I'm just saying,
remember, that's because he said he was going to spend $90 billion on AI, which wasn't going to bring in any revenue.
Oh, so you think that's priced in?
Well, no, that was that. He backed off of that statement not too long after that, lowered the expectation of how much they were going to spend for it, and that's when Meta's value started to increase.
Oh, okay.
So I don't mean to pivot the conversation, no pun intended, but if we could get some plays out there for those people that only like the plays and like to sell you the calls and puts and sell you stock, please mention your plays real quick. We'll have a couple minutes of that and we get back to the chatter.
Okay, I'm about to take off. So Acromoto, it's a shit company on the verge of bankruptcy, but they've finally started getting their production up on their little EVs called the Fun Utility Vehicle, FUVs, or little three-wheelers. They are really, really beaten down right now, and I think it's a fantastic time to get in. I think they're going to be able to secure funding to keep themselves afloat throughout this year. And I think if their production numbers go up, as I anticipate they will, that they will end up doing quite well.
NVIDIA puts
FUV. Acromoto is the name of the company.
NVIDIA puts. CFO just sold off $10 million worth of other insider selling going on. Samsung's earnings just came out and they were absolutely abysmal, which I think is a telling sign. And they've been pumping since Intel's earnings, which were also abysmal, and they are open to the same kind of risk that Intel is. So they're going to miss big if they don't start pricing it in now. If they don't start pricing their bad earnings report in now, now's the time to get in.
Yeah, NVIDIA looks pretty exhausted on the upside. I think that's a pretty good play, though. Again, I don't like to jump in front of steamrollers. I have puts at the money puts expiring for mid-February on Callaway, which is MODG. I think if we get some hawkish rhetoric, I think it'll signal continued sort of recessionary fears in the market, and there's a lot less corporate spending at top golf events when budgets are tight.
I'm gonna buy some Lucid calls. I think Lucid is gonna be getting pumped again. That's my play.
Grand Rising, WallStreetBets. How y'all doing this morning, ladies and gentlemen?
Let's go. Let's go.
Got some plays as I always do. I want to step back for a second and PS. Let me see.
Well,
PBLA.
Tuesday.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
No offense. Can you come in with that energy, like yo, what's up, Wall Street Bets?
I got you.
Action.
Okay, let's do a new take. I got you. Okay, one more time. Grand Rising, WallStreetBets. How y'all doing this morning? It's your boy Tuesday Fly. I'm in the building. Let's get some chicken, as always. So we'll start off with the options plays I had last week for some of y'all that haven't gotten in them. Got a couple that expire on February 17th. Okay, you're going to have BPI, February 17th call at $10. You got ET, February 17th call at $13. And then you have gold, February 17th at $20.50. I will plug in, we are still in PBLA. I announced it on January 3rd. We bought in at 7 cents. It's up to like $2. I don't know if you missed that, but keep an eye on that. I've hit the comments up with a bunch of my plays. I'll go over the day plays right now. And this would it be. So we have the PBLA. Like I said, we entered at 7 cents. It's up to $2 and like 70 some cents. MSGM, GFAI, and GNS. There's a couple more. I won't bore you with them. They're in the chat. I posted some news, bunch of informational stuff on there for you. And I'll just leave you with this. Make sure you grab your gains. Wall Street don't give a nothing about us. Get your money and get out. Just think about daily gains. 5% green is better than 5% red. So y'all have a blessed day. I appreciate y'all. Let's eat.
Yeah, you, sir.
GNS up a cool 1,500% in the past month.
So I know a lot of people may or may not know how I move. So I day trade. I get in at 7. I've actually posted these. These were actually some stocks we got into last night. Post market, we can trade from 7 a.m. to 8. I do it in shifts, and then you got all through the day. So I posted this last night on Chicken Little. I think that's what you guys like to do. And just get in where you fit in, figure your entry point. I use the books, the ARCC, I'm looking at bids and asks. I also have a little system where I work. It's shares outstanding with your market cap. And then you also look at your 52-day high, if that is in correlation. And then typically I like to look at the ones that haven't ran for a couple of days to get ahead of them. So if their volume is, their 10-day volume is pretty low and it hasn't been running for like a day or so, those are the ones I like to put on the watch list and just try to get ahead of them. There is a rhyme to reason on how I move, but as always, give God the glory. Let's get this money.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we got about 24 minutes to market open, give or take. VIX is up only 2 cents. It was up 28 cents earlier today when the talk started. RTY is up $7.40. YM is up $72. NQ is up 34, and ES is up $10. Those are futures for you. And back to you guys.
Hey, could you do this faster? Some of us with ADHD didn't get it.
Yeah, sorry about that. The VIX is only up 2 cents. The RTY is up $7.30. The YM, ladies and gentlemen, the futures are up. That's all I gotta say. Let's go.
Correction on that part. The VIX is up 4 cents now.
All right, that's right. It's up 4 cents, back down to 3. I digress.
Yeah.
VIX futures are down. VIX futures are down 12 cents. That's why we're green.
Yeah. No one gives a fuck about the FX. Let's get back to those plays, ladies and gentlemen. Lovely conversations you guys have out there. VIX is down, SPY's up. We're all happy, right?
So Candy Chaser, you had a play you were looking at on Victoria's Secret. I was wondering what was that play, and I was wondering if Slut Spoiler had any input on it.
So the play is Victoria's Secret announced this morning. I think it's up to they're announced $125 million buyback. Like that's pretty good forward outlook stuff. They put this out in an 8K probably 33 minutes ago. Looks like some bullish.
You go through the lessons when you go in there.
I think you lost him.
I do have one more play. I'm sorry. If for some of y'all that may have not been here for a couple weeks. You got it, sir.
You gotta let people talk, bro.
My apologies. I couldn't hear. I think I lost connection. Sorry.
Sounds like it. All right, back to you. Whoever was talking.
So, in case anybody didn't hear, Victoria's Secret announced share buybacks this morning like that. Some bullish news for them.
And Slut Spoiler, did you get the hit on it?
What's the ticker for Victoria's Secrets?
VSCO. That's a pretty smart move, I'd say. I know that they are expanding their growth and they are cutting down losing businesses inside of malls. So this would be that's a really good idea. I know that they're expecting they're going to be expecting some major growth, major expansion, and the stock is down right now. It's a definite buy going into the recession, and I think that they're going to expect a little bit of pivoting out of tech and a couple of more things as the market settles into recessionary defensive plays. And yeah, that's awesome. That's awesome. That's great news.
Yeah, thanks for pointing out their ticker. I thought it was SLUT.
People don't.
That's it. That's my ETF, and they're definitely in it.
People have less sex in recessions.
I'm still watching NUWE. That's one where the Bollinger Bands are getting tighter. It's got 500,000 shares. It's gonna do a pump here real soon. And I know it's $7.69 a share with 500,000 shares. It's a medical device company, but it's something with the future. I think they've got enough cash to last a while. So there's gonna be a pump coming on that one.
So people might have less sex in a recession, but women compete amongst each other harder in a recession for the fewer eligible mates. So there's something called the lipstick effect. You can look that up.
Huh. Okay.
And another one that looks like it's pumping pre-market 10%. SILO. Sorry
So
about
you're
that.
saying I got a shot.
Yes, exactly. SILO looks like there's got a little bit of pump going on after a lot of push down. It's in the lower edge of the top Bollinger Band for the 5-day. It either is going to pop back up or reject and go back down. So either way, there's going to be movement, I think.
I posted their investor relations page in the chat. They announced it was 125 million accelerated share repurchase program.
Accelerate like the heart rate.
The new CEO is pretty aggressive.
Unless I'm missing something, they only have like $126 million in cash and $1.3 billion in debt.
And for those of you who don't know, us old guys, when the internet wasn't around, If you couldn't afford Playboy, the Victoria's Secret magazine was emailed to your house.
Wow.
That their debt to equity ratio is something that I found very unappealing, and I actually mentioned that. And actually, I also said that Foot Locker had a very low debt to equity ratio, and they looked really good, and looks like the market's priced that in for these rate hikes.
So it looks like they just issued senior debt, $600 million at 4.6 last year. So a big chunk of that was recently issued. They don't have to pay that back until 2029.
Also going to be keeping my eye on CVNA today. A lot of action yesterday, a lot of action pre-market. Just something you want to keep an eye on. Looks like it's continuing to go up.
So if anybody isn't familiar with my egg play, I've been in it for a little bit, bought 1,000 shares just straight up. It's CALM. It's actually a beautiful company. They pay a hell of a dividend. I'm going to ride it out like it's my savings account. And so give me a second, baby girl. CALM. The news was there were some chickens that died on top of, I guess, after we made the call about 2 weeks ago. Their dividend's pretty damn high. Their books look pretty good. I'm already up a couple of dollars, nice percentage, but I'm going to ride it through the earnings if possible. I may take profits and get back in with house money and just take a lower position. But check it out, CALM. Appreciate y'all.
How are they going up on their stock of chickens dying?
I mean, it's just common sense, sir. Supply and demand. Let's just say that, right?
Oh, of course. Got it.
Good morning, everyone. Sorry, I'm just now joining, but what do we think of Dole pre-market as a longtime holder of Dole?
So I shot you a message. I was looking for the news article. About them selling off vegetables, part of the vegetables. Have you caught up on that yet?
Yes.
So I'd have to evaluate it, but it's getting close to that. Well, that it's going to affect their book value, obviously, but it's getting close to that number. I don't know how much more big growth we can see. I mean, it does have a dividend, but it might be time to take all the gains and go. I'm not saying that for sure. I need to look at it closer.
Well, let's see.
Dude, that's bananas. Good morning, everyone.
You know what the scary part is? This news does not affect my strategy. I did not get those calls yesterday, so I'm still putting my fishing rod out there for those $17.50 Dole calls dated out for 8/18. I am not backing down. Fuck those hedgies. If they decide to short this shit, I'm riding this bitch to the top. I have spoken. This is the way.
Speaking of fishing
And
rods,
it's not financial advice.
Speaking of fishing rods, we do have a Discord channel. If you're interested, check out the comment section, and we should have a link in there shortly. Also, just let you know, I have posted a link for that Dole sell-off. They actually sold the vegetable division. Jeez, I can't speak. Sorry, I can never speak. But nonetheless, to Chiquita, believe it or not.
Yeah, that's one of their largest competitors, but I believe Chiquita is private. Looks like if I cleared out now, I would be sitting at $2,910 in profit.
So I believe Chiquita is publicly traded in some way because Keeper, in his wisdom, he was long shares, both companies.
Oh, nice.
So Keeper's doing well on this one, I believe.
Yeah, my price average is 834 on this guy, but that a lot of the purchase of those shares actually came from me selling my calls that I had purchased on Dole, which were also profitable. So my actual cost average as far as my capital at risk is even lower than that, because obviously there's some profits rolling from the previous trade. I don't know. I was going to just like hold Dole as like a boomer play. I didn't even think about trading it again, but maybe I will.
Yeah, I was the same way, but I mean, realistically, if the capital can be used in a different way, more effectively.
Yeah.
So if I can jump in here, guys, just to give you some clarity, just looking at their segmented data, the vegetables generate about $300 million in quarterly revenues, but their EBITDA on that division was negative $9 million. So by getting rid of that, yes, revenue's down, but your profitability technically jumps. So 9 times 4, you got $36 million in profitability added to the bottom line, I guess. I mean, I'm guesstimating there.
JSA9 says Dole selling off their veggie division seems odd. Did they get a fair value? And does this sale include potential liability for their salad lawsuit?
I don't know.
Let's see. They sold it. So let's see. They did it at a little less than a 1x multiple. They sold at $293 million in cash. This proceeds.
Yeah, it sounds like it was an unprofitable business they wanted to exit and concentrate on the bananas and pineapples. Right?
Right.
Something like leaning your business out. Like I said earlier, this is the way that companies are doing it. And I guess we should pay attention to these small, little, tiny sell-offs. I think this is the way that they're going to come back on their earnings and saying, we're doing great.
Well, this sale alone, based on what Wall Street Wannabe shared with us just now, if you look at their earnings, yearly earnings, that alone is enough to turn their yearly earnings around from a slight negative back into positive territory. So that is pretty compelling. I might just hold this. See what happens.
You know you have another bull in the crowd, so there's at least 2 of them, right?
Right. I honestly did not expect this kind of movement on Dole this morning. This is surprising.
No, yeah, it was surprising to me. That's why I need to look at it. I don't know, without digging into the numbers, I don't know if it's time to get out or not.
Well,
maybe it's time to double down.
Or is it sell the news? Sorry to interrupt, but that's what I was going to say. Get rid of it. Unexpected. Okay. Buy. Take the share bump. And because who knows, people may read it and it may not be that good actually later on. But on face value, it seems good.
Also, Mask is looking at the $17.50 strikes, and we know how his plays have been going lately. So that might be the answer.
Well, I think at minimum, even if I don't sell my shares, I'm going to use this opportunity to sell covered calls on it to further reduce my cost basis, because that's a no-brainer.
I've been selling calls on mine.
Yeah, I haven't sold calls on my full stack, but with this 5% pump, I can probably get a pretty nice price on them.
So for me, I have 50% of my shares have calls out against them. The other 50% is free.
It's very ironic that we seem to be making the same trades pretty frequently. Either we're doing something right or we're equally wrong.
Well, yeah, that is a weird thing. That's why whenever I bring a play to you, I want to make sure other people hear it. So, because you and I find the same like sometimes even same strike prices and same expirations independently of one another. So we look at things pretty similar, it seems.
Yeah, but I mean, sometimes I think those are just the best on the option chain, you know?
Well, they're obviously the best available. That's why I bought them.
Right. Yeah. Yes.
Next on Cocky Are You, Chapter 1.
Right.
No. Of course, you got to have confidence in this market to play, right? We got about, 7 minutes left, give or take?
For those of you guys who want to... Sorry for jumping in there.
No, go ahead. I'm done.
For those of you that want to audit the segment data on Dole, there's a link to their, I guess, 10K or 10Q in the chat directly to their segment data.
Very nice. Thank you for that. I want to invite some more people up. We got some hands raised. I just invited up Keeper of the Wall.
Sorry, I'll leave.
I want to invite
Don't
up.
we have enough people in here, Scald? We got like literally almost 20 people.
Oh, well, someone just asked for plays and there was silence. So I think you just asked for plays, Elliot, and then I didn't hear anything. So I thought
we wanted to hear your voice.
I see. What else we got, guys? My only other recent play in the last day or two is on Apron, and that's a penny stock. So I don't want to talk too much about it other than the fact that my sentiment analysis tells me that people are trying to pump the stock right now. Not people here, on different Reddits and on social media, they're trying to pump the stock. So I'm trying to trade that momentum that's being created. I'll ride their wave, you know? See what happens.
Yeah, Latter Day, you got a Walmart update for us by chance?
Last thing I said was they are bumping up the minimum wage for Walmart. So Walmart has a base starting rate and they're bumping it up to, at least for my store, $14 an hour. So anyone who makes below that is going to get bumped up. We also every so often will get we call it an easement. So basically it's like a cost of living adjustment. So from what I have heard, whichever gets you the most money, Walmart will give you. If the bump up to 14 makes you more than the easement, you'll get the bump up to 14. If you're already making close to that, the easement's going to get you more money. The downside is anyone who is making above that amount already is going to get neither. So, like my store, the highest paid department is the deli. They get $15 an hour. They're going to get no bump up. So I think there's probably going to be some discontent with some of the employees. I know I'm kind of one of them. So you might see them eventually bump up the other departments to the same levels that they were earlier. So you will most likely see a drop in earnings. Generally, after this quarter, they generally go down a bit anyway. So I would say after Walmart's earnings report, I would look into getting some puts.
It's very interesting. You know, also, I would say this is a data point for a hotter inflation print. If memory serves correctly, after the United States government, Walmart is the largest employer in the United States. Them raising wages, well, you all understand the wage inflation cycle, right?
No, I don't. Can you explain it to me, please? Like I'm 5.
Well, the problem with inflationary spirals is cost of goods go up. People need more money, so people ask for more money. This increases labor costs, which labor costs are added to cost of goods, which causes cost of goods to go up. And this cycle can repeat ad nauseum, just continuously, causing an inflationary spiral. And that's how you eventually see stuff like Zimbabwe or Venezuela or the Weimar Republic, where people needed a wheelbarrow to buy a loaf of bread because it took that many dollars, right? So it's a feedback loop, and this is the feedback loop the Fed is trying to disrupt, and it's one of the reasons that Jerome Powell keeps talking about increasing unemployment, because that is one way to disrupt it, is to decrease aggregate wages across the country by increasing the amount of people that don't have jobs. Anyway, so that's that.
It's crazy. I remember someone coming out and saying that. He's like, "You want recession to end? 9 million Americans need to lose their jobs tomorrow."
It turns
I
out
disagree on the point for Walmart.
And this was like 4 months ago. It was crazy.
If I may interrupt real quick, I just posted it in the comments as well, a link to the tweet by Cheddar Flow. There was a 600K out the money put on SPY expiring February 3rd this year. So I put that in the comments. Also, for the crypto people, there was what I would call a bull rally rush, with Bitcoin spiking over the last, 2-3 weeks, as well as ETH. I think the next play or altcoin to pump, if you will, or to have that bull rush rally would be Matic. So that's just something that I'm watching. But there's the information that I have. So y'all have a good day.
We appreciate you, Test. Is FOMC today? Is that FOMC today or tomorrow? Today?
Meeting is today and tomorrow. Tomorrow at 2 is the rate announcement. Tomorrow at 2:30 is the press conference.
I got it. So enter my options plays at 158 tomorrow, as usual. Good.
Well, Hardy, I brought that up with Hardy yesterday about like, hey, what about doing some plays? Because usually we have some wild price action with that effect. So he talked about doing a show at 1:30 tomorrow, possibly how to play the Fed.
The last one was a nothing burger, but it was very volatile for like the 3 before that. I'm still going to do the same plan of whatever the direction it goes immediately following the announcement. Play $2 out of the money in the other direction once he starts speaking. Hopefully we get the downward movement, then the upward movement, or the upward movement, then the downward movement, and that's when we bank.
So, not to particularly speak on behalf of Hardy, but last time he had people doing a strangle at around 2:15 right before JPOW spoke, and it worked out fine because there was so much volatility in there that one end wound up paying off the other end and then some. So obviously he'll give better information later, but he said he'd done that a few times and it worked.
Yeah, he had done that before on we had a chat running on a different sub, and he had done that before, and we had all made quite a bit of money, and we're celebrating. It's pretty nice. What do we think about Impossible Meat laying off 25% of their employees? Do we just think anybody still in Impossible Meat after the nose biting?
No, that was Beyond Meat.
Yeah, sorry, Beyond Meat. Sorry.
I think it's interesting because it's not like a tech company where they have a whole bunch of nonprofit roles in the company that they can just lay off, recruiters and things like that. So I'd be interested in knowing what section of the company they came out of.
Pea sorters. No, I don't know.
Pea sorters, like
the peas that make up the stuff, No.
Maybe it was their fake poultry.
Ooh, can I slide in there?
Down.
Excuse me, fellas. Can I slide in real quick? I got a couple for you. NVDA daily time frame. We're looking at 190, 169. Do your own research on your enter and exit. And then I got IWM 187.42 as well. Do your daily due diligence on your entry and exit, and maybe set your stop losses, my friends. And y'all, good luck today. I'm out of here. Have a blessed day.
Thank you for that. Just quick from Jefferson's hat, real quick. He says, if you're trying to play the FOMC rate change, you want to wait until the day of rather than the day before. Reduces your theta and the premium you'll pay if you're buying contracts. Just a quick insight from one of your fellow WSB members.
Yeah, that is why I mentioned trying to buy them 2 minutes before the market freeze.
Yeah,
The
I'll try 1
danger with
minute.
that is only one side of if you're doing a multi-leg strategy, the danger is you only leg into one side of it and then you get crushed.
Well, I think that's why he wanted to do it like day of right there, because he knows he couldn't tell you which ones. You know, you guys can generally say how many dollars in or out of the money, but he can actually look at it ad hoc, right?
Right. That's why I think
So,
maybe 1:30 might be a better time because I did have that happen once a few FOMC meetings
so,
ago where I
so
legged into only half of an options chain before it closed.
I wanted to say TSM is down, and that's because of, and it's going down. Oh, it's going down. Yeah, I cannot even state how bad Samsung's earnings were. There was like a 90% miss on their chip operations profit. It was like, anyways, I posted it somewhere. I can't post it in the comments, unfortunately. Something's wrong with it, but I can post on the Discord. Bloomberg terminal screenshot of the expected and the actual, and it is not good at all. So I expected the chip makers to be hurting today.
Yeah, I'm very bearish on AMD right now. Like every analyst is just expecting it to crash for some reason.
Bearish on what? What was that? My phone kind of cut out.
AMD.
Okay, AMD. Well, that's funny you say that. I'm not as bearish on AMD as I would be on Nvidia, just because they are, because they got a little bit more of a robust fallback plan with their technology like data centers and stuff.
So TSM is just moving in sympathy with Samsung's sell-off? Is that what's
Right.
happening here, or is there a
Yes.
direct connection?
Yes.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I mean, TSM is supplying chips directly to Samsung. Is that what you're saying, or is it just a sympathy move where
Sympathy
people are?
move.
Okay, got it.
Sympathy move.
Got it.
So Samsung and TSM are both like the leading guys. And I mean, these numbers are so bad. Let me find one real quick.
Well, they've erased about $14 billion off their market cap in the last 24 hours.
I mean,
since earnings.
TSM is still up like 50% the last 3 months.
Yeah, TSM. Yeah, I'm talking about Samsung. Samsung's down 4% this morning.
Sorry, I think you posted it this morning, or I was reading it.
Any reacts on those green Tesla candles?
So,
hey, and VSCO is already up 5%.
So market related, but also just useful for consumer. Rumor is Bed Bath & Beyond might be doing some liquidation starting this weekend. So keep an eye on your local Bed Bath & Beyond. If you got one, you might be able to get your stuff for super cheap.
Would that be bullish or bearish?
You know, I don't know. Bullish for those of us who want to buy stuff that they're trying to sell off the shelves as they start liquidating. So
And that's my worry is like, me personally, I'm like, oh, that's not a good sign. But, all these other people, oh, look, they're getting rid of assets so they can get some more money. That's got to be bullish.
oh, I don't know if it's good for the company. It's good for the me if you want to get cheap bed sheets.
Heck yeah. Too bad the Bed Bath & Beyond near me closed 2 years ago, so just an empty building.
Don't forget, a lot of these
there's
consumer
a Bed Bath
brands.
& Beyond about an hour away from where I'm at. They had a thing on the door saying that they were hiring.
Remember, all these brands put their prices up like 40% in the last 2 years.
That's like the Admiral Akbar meme. It's a trap.
My price target for a Victoria's Secret was about $51, which would have brought the PE up to, I think, like 9.
Victoria's Secret's interesting with that buyout that didn't go through. Not sure how familiar you are with the history of that company, so not spoiler, but there was a huge buyout offer on the table for Victoria's Secret and parts of L Brands, and then the COVID-19 dip happened, and there was the lockdowns and everything, and they ended up paying over $300 million just to exit the deal and not buy Victoria's Secret. They paid $300 million to Victoria's Secret for the privilege of not buying them, which I think is pretty interesting. You can look it up. It was in 2020.
Yeah, that's pretty interesting. They IPO'd recently, so must have been before that, huh?
No, they broke. Sorry, I was gonna say they broke away from limited, right? They broke it off.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, they were going to sell. They were going to sell it off to private equity, and then the whole COVID-19 thing happened and killed that deal. So then they IPO'd it after that, as far as I know.
Well, good, because I really like where they're going, what they're doing. They're really. It's like they knew that they were in trouble and they just started getting to work. They've partnered with Amazon for like distribution, and they've latched on to. They've consolidated their company a little bit better. They're changing their direction and making themselves more agile as far as marketing and different tiers of clothing. So they're really they're really not stuck in any kind of old ways. You know, they're really looking towards growth and agility and being able to quickly change their products based on the future outlook of trends, which I think is really going to be important in the coming future.
Sorry, Dole's almost up 10%. That sucker keeps running. Sorry to interrupt.
Very good.
That price movement is bananas.
Well, guys, markets are open. Must away.
So Delta
See you all
Airlines.
later.
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was just saying I'm heading out. Markets are open, so I'll be back on later if you guys are open. If not, I'll see you guys on other places.
Later.
See y'all later.
See you later.
The SPY puts for February 3rd, I think I agree with those. I think that the market really has rallied a little bit too much this January, and it's going against the trend. And marking the first month as successful would be a great time to switch, just to switch into continuing the downtrend that's being set. Just from a technical analysis on the SPY.
I just bought a March 17th Tesla 125 put, $2.71. I heard that green candle comment, looked at it. It's increased too much. That gives me, a month and a half.
The 271, is that the strike price per share, or
yeah,
the cost of the contract?
$2.71. So it cost me $271 for one put. To me, that was worth it. Yeah, there's gonna be some profits on that in the next few weeks, I think.
Oh my God, Elon just tweeted buy Tesla.
What?
Let's go.
Now all I need is Kathy Wood to buy 1 million shares.
Just kidding,
and I'll be sure it's going to go down.
Just kidding, but that is literally all it would take to just absolutely wreck that put. And that's why I don't play puts on Tesla.
I mean, it would also wreck Elon, so it'd be a two-way street.
Hey, SEC, middle word stands for Elon's.
I just want to say that Delta Airlines has a weird point program coming out that basically they're going to allow you to make more points based on the Hertz rental cars. So basically on the dollar amount you spend on the car rentals. So Hertz might have a comeback. It's all speculative, of course. We'll see what happens.
I guess I could also say that I'm ready to start investing in uranium and solar and start doubling down on my natural gas play, which is FLNG, and selling covered calls on it.
Yeah, gas looks like it bottomed out, for sure.
I mean, it's for sure. Like this, it's pretty impressive actually how low it's gotten. And
Really mild up here, though. Like Canada's got really
there's room to
mild.
go down, guys. They pushed the narrative in the media 2 months ago that Europe was going to freeze. Europe's going to freeze. They pushed that narrative as long as they could. They're going to keep it down to keep Russia from getting the money from selling their natural gas to fund their war. You'll see natural gas $1.70, maybe $2.10 in the future here. I got out of my boil position. I'm waiting until it goes down more. Cold is going up. No pun intended. KLLD. It's just the politics are what's holding it down for that.
So I'm not actually talking about natural gas, the commodity itself. Although my comment would be that it's very impressive how low they got it. As far as Russia selling to Europe, I am skeptical of that because they are really trying to lower the bargaining chips that Russia has, so that Europe can have more independence, and therefore they can start supporting Ukraine with a little bit more hotter action as this war starts heating up and the ground starts to get harder.
I mean, you got to think about it. The natural gas line explodes mysteriously from Russia over to Europe, but yet the price doesn't go up. Yeah, I'm not in any natural gas plays. I wish I was still in cold. I got rid of mine at 30 and it's at 56 now. But, if anything, boil going down, natural gas going down, cold still going up.
So keep in mind, Russia's still selling their resources. They're just selling it to China and India now, right?
For a lot,
it's not
for a lot less than they.
Yeah.
Do we have confirmation of that? Not to sound not to
Oh
be
yeah,
the-
absolutely. Yeah, India's
Okay.
confirmed. They are binging on fucking Russian oil right now.
Okay, thank you. And do we have like a resource for that for us that are not saying take my word, bro?
Just Google India binging oil. You'll get thousands of articles.
Appreciate
also
it. Thank you.
Also keep in mind, I said it, so it has to be true. Very primary source.
Sure.
No, but on a
Then-
much more serious note, a lot of the European commodities are not going to be purchased through Russia. It's going to be through other sources. So just like keep that in mind as you talk natural gas, and oil. You almost have to look at two separate markets at this point. There's like that Eastern Russian market, which is its own separate thing that China and India play in, and then there's a Western market, which the rest of the world is kind of playing in. And you have this very bifurcated market where you almost get oil prices of like Russian oil price, non-Russian oil price. Just keep that all in mind.
So true. Thank you.
Abe posted a Bloomberg article about that reference in the comments.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, that's a really good point with the two sections splitting off. Like the oil, this is how we solve the oil wars. We basically have the Allies and the Axis, but oil's down like something like over 70%, and FLNG right now is down like 10% from its all-time high or something. Sorry, I'm screwing up the numbers. It's early. Anyways, so that's why it was a good play to me, because it was limiting the risk of lowered natural gas prices on the commodity side. But lower gas prices should mean higher consumption because it's cheaper, and so that means more importation and more business for Flex liquid natural gas. So that's what I'm hoping for. We'll see.
I feel like there
All
are
right.
way too many inverses in there for me to follow. But good luck.
All right, y'all. I put my second fishing rod out there. It actually went through. I got 2 contracts on Dole for $12.50, dated for 2/17. The ask bid, the bid is 10, and the ask is 15. I was able to get these at 10 cents a piece. Let's fucking go.
I love you, Mast, but much in the same way that that the first one was free and guaranteed to run, the second one always fails to get you addicted. I'm so sorry, dude. I love you, but
And man, we
those are
will
the rules.
see. I'm gonna save the receipts, and we will see. Let's see if Tardstrology's on my side today. I saw a cup and handle in Tardstrology. That's right. If today's Tardstrology was in fact advanced Tardstrology, I saw a cup and handle in today's Tardstrology. So that could be an indicator. I really hope that is an indicator and that I got Tardstrology right today. But yeah, I actually got the calls. So I'm in it to win it.
And slut spoiler, since you brought up uranium, I'm gonna say don't buy now. Don't buy now. Not a good time. Don't buy now.
When's a good time to buy, Rad? Just curious. Asking for a friend.
I would wait for prices to be lower. I love the sector. I'm happily in it, but like right now, it's running a bit. I don't like buying into this when it's running. It'll probably sell off come the summer because it likes to do that. Just be very patient. Volatile markets like to go up and they like to come back down too. I don't know if I would grab at them when they're up. But
I hope
that's
she
just
grabs
me.
it when it's up.
I'm glad that
Didn't
you
get that joke.
Okay, thanks, Red.
So, Rad, just curious. So uranium's not the play. I get it. What is the play?
There is nothing that I'm currently interested in that I would tell people to buy right now. It's all up. Even like Ape, I'm like, wait, because I don't like how up it is, and I think you're limiting your upside.
Oh, my stock advisor said call him back. He's got many picks for me. So I got it. All right. Sounds good. I'll call him.
If I may butt in for a second here, uranium, I think it might be doing okay soon, given that there is a lot of talk about nuclear powers, fusions, wars, and so forth. A lot of noise, but it can bring the price up. Just my thought.
Look, I'm
Hey,
not
Leapin.
saying the
Okay.
price. I'm not saying the price can't go up. I'm saying I don't know if I like buying into a sector that's up 20% on over a 1 month period when it's a sector that doesn't necessarily justify a 20% move in a month right now. I get that for like tech stock that makes sense, but for like established mining companies, that's a lot of move.
Yeah, just real quick, if you guys could throw up the Doge for Leapin' Leopard, he's posting in facts coming in left and right in the comment section of WSB on this talk. Coming with U.S. home prices measured by the seasonal. You can read that in the comment section. Also talking about the EU fossil generation. Let's just throw up the Doge for him real quick, if you don't mind. Appreciate it. Go ahead, guys. Continue the conversation. We don't have to keep it muted.
The contract just went up in price. It's officially worth $30 now instead of 20. I'm selling it.
Wait, you bought at 10 and it's worth 30?
No, I bought at 10 cents and it's worth 15 now. So the contract total, because I bought two contracts, are worth $30.
20
There's
30.
your gains, brother. Good job.
That's right. I made $10 on this, or hopefully I can make $10 on this. The ask bid is still 10.15. If I could get this to close at 15, I made $10 on this trade.
Bro, I try to make $300 a day off this little penny bullshit and just be complacent.
Yeah, just for a reminder for everybody trading options out there, if the ask says 15, it doesn't mean that you're gaining anything. Your P&L may look sexy, but the bid is what really matters the most, especially when you're selling it back. Because the only reason why they'd pay 5 cents on that 5-cent spread is because either one, that person is desperate, or B, I should say two. Sorry, they're just looking to buy it real quick because they know something that you don't, right? But at the end of the day, that's a 5-cent spread. So yeah, I usually, if I try to get rid of something, I try to go on the bed. But to each your own.
Let's be real. If you're selling to the ask, you're probably selling to one of us.
But we wish you luck, Mask. Please keep us informed. We hope you get 2 in a row, because that would defeat the bad luck brought to you by Rad the Reptile.
Actually, this would make me 3 for 3 officially. But,
okay, let's not get too cocky, Mask. I digress my point. Rad, come in with that bad luck again, please.
Oh, yeah. Also, I called that $7 strike on SoFi yesterday. So if anyone did manage to get those $7 calls yesterday on SoFi, please let me know if you made money. I really would like to know.
Oh, man.
Ladies and gentlemen, can I just say this, Rad, real quick? When you win, you get cocky as heck. I would like to hear more people come on here and say, guys, I just lost a couple $100. I'm hearing a lot of great news, of course, but Red, I digress.
Well, I was just gonna say, Mass got into options 2 days ago, and he's already like, so this play that I called is going real good. Just take him a victory lap. My man has gone through like months of options trading in like 3 days. I'm so proud of him. I can't wait until he stayed a gang in a week.
Yeah. I love it though. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Wall Street Bets.
I'll give you one right now on shares. I was a bag holder on SoFi, so that one always stings a little bit. I mean, I was buying at like 9, 10, and 12, watching it go down, and I'm out of it now. So that was a big loss for me, and that was in the thousands. So I try to not play that one. That was the one I hung out too long. So good for you, but watch out.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, since we're talking about losses, I'm still down $42,000 on AMC. Welcome to Wall Street Bets.
Woo! Shit. That's good stuff.
Stay fly.
That's not that much money.
Yes,
It's
sir.
only like a house payment in someone's career.
Fuck, that's a $50,000 house that you could flip and be getting $2,000 a month in Northern Virginia. Shit.
Look, I know you're gonna do your thing, but I would be very worried with that ape vote coming up that AMC shares are gonna take a
Yeah,
haircut.
I'm like, it is what it is. I agree with you, brother, but at that kind of money, I need to at least make back 20 grand, 40. You know what I'm saying?
Just to like sum up his story of AMC. Imagine you're just walking and you're like, "Whoa, who put their finger up there? Right? Hey, this kind of feels nice." That is the story of Tuesday.
Yeah, I joined Wall Street Bets. So a friend of mine, we had a conversation about COVID. We were talking about AMC, we were talking about Norwegian Cruise Lines, and we were talking about Delta Airlines. So I only had a certain amount of money. So I said, fuck it, I can afford AMC. I threw it in. This was February 2021. And then I joined Wall Street Bets and I just got all hyped up, FOMO'd in, just kept buying it and not taking profits. Like, it's a great company. June 2nd, we went to 70. I remember the date specifically. I sold fucking Tesla to buy more AMC, and my balls are getting smashed on the dresser ever since. But I'm playing with house money at this point. So I'm just here holding these big ass bags.
Hey, I saw a tweet from Adam Aaron talking about some good ideas that should help out AMC, like
selling popcorn at the grocery store. Shut the heck up. Come on, man.
That was in there, but I liked the accepting Google Pay, accepting.
No, I mean, he's trying, but again, they're going to tell us one thing and paying himself all this money on the back end. Go ahead.
It wasn't his ideas. It wasn't his ideas. It was like he finally started reading people's tweets, I guess. And he's like,
yeah, I read that same thing with you.
Keep in mind, though, he's trying to keep a movie theater going in a time period where people aren't so much going to movies. So, like, I understand people being like, "Oh, selling popcorn in movie theater or in grocery stores or door dashing movie theater food is dumb." But it's like, yeah, but what else is he gonna do? Host major Halo tournaments at every AMC? Like, he's got to try something.
Well, actually,
I appreciate his effort. I'll say that.
It's more like he has a MMO, mass multiplayer online version of Wall Street Bets plays Theater Tycoon.
I would love
I'll
to
tell you what
there.
he needs to do. He needs to start doing loot boxes.
Yeah, AMC.
Oh, shit.
Coming to a local theater near you.
I got it. Mystery prize tickets. You buy a ticket and you don't know what movie's going to play, but it's cheaper than normal. There it is, baby.
There you go.
But a children's casino.
It could be a high quality movie. It could be something terrible. It's just a randomly selected film.
Just Smash Brothers tournaments, and they will recover for sure.
I mean, I'm cool. I'm willing to wait another 2 years. Fuck it. I'm not really. I can't just lose 50. I can lose 20, but not 50.
No, I hear you, but I think he should just. If he wants to go balls out, he should just basically get like a whole bunch of OnlyFans people and go on the big screen and invite their people, and then take a little bit off the top. Go from mobile to big screen coming out AMC.
Oh my God!
To make
in
sure
Las Vegas.
He's got to make sure he can pay for the deep cleaning of every theater after that.
Yeah. Introducing the new vacuum, Robo.
The major issue will continue to be it's a $2 billion company in $5 billion of debt. And I don't know how they solve that even with the ape dilution. If they could fix that, I'd have some faith in their
And
future.
then they keep paying each other bonuses on the back end, so it's just a shit show. But I'm gonna take little chunks as I can take little chunks, fellas. Green days, if I can move it into something that's gonna make me double what I just lost, then that's just how I'm gonna play it. But I'm just not gonna cash all the way out.
Look, I hope it works for you. I'm just saying if they're the next one to announce that they can't service their debt, I'm not going to be like, where'd that come from?
Agreed. And at that point, I'll take my 20,000 from my 50 and just keep it fucking moving, friend. So until then, I'll just be waiting. I guess it's what it is.
No, it'll be 10,000 then. That's the problem.
Well, I've been scalping a little bit.
We need to be careful about companies that are heavily in debt coming in this next year. This is what.
Oh, I agree with you. Yeah, for sure. They're going to get their money back. I fully agree with you. But in the end, so whenever I have a green day where, because I have stock shares from AMC from like $3, $4, $5 from 2 years ago, right? So it's green. I just take it back. I didn't make nothing off that investment and just keep it moving. It's just those shares in June 2nd, specifically, 2 p.m., where I stuck a plunger up my ass. So thanks, AMC.
Well, I mean, a lot of vulgar action happening on your front. I mean, I knew you were pump and dumper, but some of that stuff, wow. You sounds like a very self-disciplined, if I may say.
Well,
Agreed.
It sounds like he got a pumper, but it's not letting him dumper.
Yeah, and I have to say, AMC, I mean, at least you're holding that something that might have some value at some point or another. I myself, I'm holding over 250,000 shares of a piece of whatever mining company that is worth about 3 cents, and I bought them at 21 cents myself. So yeah, I'm holding a big bag myself.
Is it really a
Don't
pump and
beat
dump if
yourself
you're
up.
telling people to buy and sell?
I just want to know what this 3 cent mining company is. What fun thing did you get into? What do they do?
Must
Don't
be
tell me it was the
Canadian.
AMC mining.
LMR, and it's a graphite mine company.
Is this is the one that Adam Aaron is tied to?
No, Adam Aaron's in a gold mining company. No, so you bought a little graphite company. I'm sorry, man.
The company is called AMC Mining.
LMR.
Okay, thanks.
You guys make me feel so much better just being down 18K on Shopify.
Don't. Yeah. I just looked at my portfolio. Though. If I cash out today, I have $21,000 cash. I would lose 26,000 negative. So, hey, fellas, if I see something out there that looks real nice to throw that 21 bands on, keep it moving, I may do that.
I mean, I gave you that a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, I thought you were going to get in Tesla, buy some calls. You could have been up.
I could have. You're right. I got scared money when it comes to losing down 50, and I just threw 50 on fucking Calm. So
Could have
I'm
bought
just
that Lucid. I mean, what else was it? Walmart. You could have bought some VIX, some SPY. Speaking of SPY, what's going on? But no one likes scared money, as Big Baller likes to say.
Well, you know, they say scared money don't make money. And my money must be pissing its pants.
Welcome to Wall Street Bets, ladies and gentlemen. If you haven't heard, we do have a Discord. That's right. It's in the comments section if you don't know where it's at. But for those that are driving in the car right now, listening to us on YouTube Premium, or just listening to us in the car, that URL is discord.gg/WSBverse. That's right. That's /WSBverse. That's discord.gg/WSBverse.
Opinion, can we have a losers day where we all just come in and talk about our big losing plays? Just like a big ball of copium together, just like, man, I lost 30K on this stupid thing.
Oh boy, I got one for you guys then. How about this? I lost 5K on Twitter puts. Still not over it.
Twitter, did you get puts thinking that Elon wasn't going to have to buy?
Yes, I did.
Called out.
Yes, I did. Yes, I did.
I'm so sorry, friend.
I got a good one. I think I lost like 5K on Wish. Just when it like used to run up like 2 years ago.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the losing section where we call out our losers. Where's Pump and Dump when I need him? I just want to ask him about his losers because he's always winning. Last time I checked.
Damn Kathy Wood and her alt funds. Let's not talk about it.
Did like a 40K loss on AMC. Isn't that enough?
No, it's
Isn't
not
that
enough. That was a long time ago. I'm sorry. That was too long ago. I need some fresh data here.
Can I give you some fresh data? There's a consumer confidence number out. Can I give you that? Real data or just losers?
Let's go for it.
Anything.
Bottom.
It's down. It was 107.1, estimated 109.5. Bond yields kind of went down when it happened. Carry on.
Thank you for that. Not your average. So, what's your take on that? You feel like that's good? It's bad? What do you feel on that?
That's probably good, actually, because when you have less consumer confidence, people aren't spending as much. That's disinflationary. J-Pow doesn't have to go all half a point and Mortal Kombat on us on Wednesday, but that's just one data point. So one data point does not create a trend, and they look at many others, but so far the bond markets look like they fell off on it.
That's so strange because BAC, Bank of America CEO on Davos a couple weeks ago just said, yeah, consumer spending is doing great, spending so much. So his data must be outdated.
Well, they're copium. It's the CEO talk. Like we've been talking about Tesla a lot. I don't want to go that far into it, but some of the things that Elon says on the earnings calls or wherever he's at is a lot of hopium. You know what I mean? He's going to tell you the best thing.
I don't. Give me some examples if you don't mind.
Well, sure. When he's talking about, someone had mentioned here where they thought, I don't like this, that the value of the car would actually stay or actually go up because of the software added to it. And we've talked about how cars are depreciating value. It's not going to hold its value. That's some hopium. Even with some of the $15,000 level 3 upgrades that they can do, they're still talking about falling margins. Was in the 40s. Now it's in the 20s, may even go down to the teens next year, and the stock keeps running. So that's some of it.
Now, to be fair for the Tesla bulls out there, before they show up and kill us all after their car's done charging in 3 hours, all CEOs are very bullish. So, that's not just like an Elon thing. Most CEOs are like that.
Correct. No, and I agree with you. But you and I both, I think, when people were asking when it was right around 100, was it going to break? I think you and I both emphatically said, no, it's going to go up. So I do understand how the stock price moves regardless of the fundamentals behind it and his CEO speak, if you will. It isn't always hopium. You're right.
There are some CEOs that I question whether or not they actually do give a shit about the stock price.
What CEOs would those be, Slut Spoiler?
It was the CEO of Twitter before Elon took over.
Well, it's private now. He can go at the speed of whatever on that, minus this creditors barking down his door anyhow.
Well, they have to do that. By any chance, do you guys ever see how many class actions are made if a CEO says something they don't like? Like, I always see it on TV. It'd be like 2 class actions if, let's say, Elon Musk said something they didn't like.
Yeah, one of the lawsuits that he's in court for right now is when he said funding secured, but the stock's up 370% since then. It's probably even up over 400% now. So what are you suing him for, right?
He's the bad boy of the business world, man. That's why I don't bet against him.
Is it just that he's the bad boy of the business world, or does he sometimes put the spotlight on himself more than necessary?
And lies. I'm not going to sell any more shares, right? I mean, how many times did he tell everyone last year? That too. And again, I was a bull for a long time. I had the shares for almost 7 years before I sold out when he started talking about all that funding stuff. That's the summer I sold out of. So I missed a lot on the way up. There's one where I made money, if I had like a 20 bagger, but I could have had like a 30 bagger if I would have just hung out a little bit longer. So that's he does say things that are untrue. That bothers me.
When he sold those shares after saying that he wasn't going to sell, you know what I said? I said, wow, what a badass.
So something else which I don't think has been brought up here before to keep in mind about Elon, Tesla, all that. Elon has a PR team, but Tesla does not have a PR team. And I think that should tell you what you need to know about the Tesla brand and what really drives it, right?
Yeah, and how the board of directors are, for the most part, they're just yes people for him, right? They know he has the vision and kind of follow blindly, which again, I think had its value, but I've said this before, he has ADHD. He's got so many companies and he's got so many visions. Not that he can't carry through with SpaceX, and I don't know what he's doing with Twitter, but to me, it seems like he's spread a little too thin. So that brings in a larger risk to owning Tesla too.
Well, it's like I saw a tweet last year. It was like, if someone can be the CEO of 3 companies, I've figured out like CEOs don't do much.
Exactly. I would also say on the record that, it's not the CEO that runs the company, it's the actual employees. And then at the end of the day, that's the reason why Tesla and the Boring Company, OpenAI, let's not forget about them, right? They're successful companies because of the employees, and the employees are still choosing to stay to work there because in SpaceX, let's not forget them too. I mean, how many companies does this guy have? But nonetheless,
Solar City.
Yeah, I mean, you guys get my point, right? Like at the end of the day, it's the employees that are really keeping it afloat. The CEO is just there to like basically say, "Yeah, don't worry, everything's great," right? Just like any CEO should do. Let's be quite frank about the conversation here. If I ever had a CEO on an earnings call say, "Hey, everything's going to shit," I don't think I'd want to work at that company, right? Personally, I need the CEO to lie. I need the CEO to like say everything's okay when it's not okay. I need that positive energy, if you may, even though everything's taking a shit. So at the end of the day, we all know they are BS. But we have to read through that BS and say, are the employees still staying? And so far, so good. I still get to go to Wendy's and still see the trash can is still, got occupants. So life's good.
I will say the price cuts were very smart by Tesla, though. I think that was a good overall business decision.
I was worried for a minute there, but then you brought it back to Wendy's.
Well, and if you saw Ford cut the price on theirs too, so started the pricing wars here.
And Ford was already losing money on those before they did the price cut to try to keep up with Tesla. So again, smart move.
Yeah, that was always a constant conversation in our office was Ford versus Tesla, and I always felt pretty confident owning Tesla years ago.
So you going for that BYD, or are you going for that what's that stock called, Mask?
A BDN? Are you talking Blind Trust real estate?
No, what is it?
Trust?
It's like when you're not high or you're kind of like half asleep. What kind of state is that?
Haze!
It's a fugue state.
I was gonna say lucid, but hey.
Oh yeah, lucid. Obviously, I'm always.
I was trying to I thought it was an obvious answer. It's not like I forgot. I was just trying to add someone else on the mic here for a second.
Lucid is when you're active dreaming.
Imagine being the resident bull on a company and you can't even get talked into talking about it. Come on, Mask. You're getting too greedy with them calls now.
Well, I've expanded my viewpoint. I'm looking at these dole calls, so that's what I'm focused on right now. Like I literally cannot take my eyes off the screen. It's going down, and the call is still worth 15 cents. What the fuck?
Ladies and gentlemen, you heard it here first. He's going bananas.
If you said that it was a vegetable state, I would have said dole.
Remember, Mast, watching the stock doesn't make the stock go up. You can drive yourself crazy, friend.
Oh yeah, obviously, but I mean, it's what
I
I
mean, it
did
says,
during the run
as
up.
they
So,
say, that old saying, a watch stock never moves.
well, it sure as hell is going down while I'm watching it. So,
Somebody did come in within the last couple of days and said that a Raven had spoken to this person and said that Dole was going to be pretty good by August. So maybe that will happen.
that was me, by the way.
Well, I hope that Raven is real.
I do too. I like when I get friendly information from birds. Even though they're not real, the information that they provide is absolutely 100% above reproach because they gather information better than anybody.
Stop chasing the dragon, Mask. Stop chasing the dragon.
Oh, but I'm Puff. I gotta chase the magic dragon. Come on! You gotta let me fly!
Mast, you never catch the dragon, man. That's the game. You never catch the dragon.
You see, that's bullshit. Because I did. Oh my god, I'm sorry for being so cocky and I'm sorry for having such a hoarse voice, but I literally have been screaming since Friday.
No, be as listen. Call your winners and be as arrogant as you want about them. That is perfectly fine. That's something you definitely do here. Just when you have those losers, if you wouldn't mind also crying about those, that would be sweet.
Ask Mask or Mask. Seriously. Wow, that's some false promotion there. Sorry about that.
Wrong show, AO. Wrong show.
Oh, jeez, got too many shows around here.
This
Anyway,
is not an AMC theater yet.
Yeah, sorry about that. Anyway, I'll take the royalty check later. But we do have a question in the audience for you. Somebody wants to know what's the open interest there, and are you the only one in the play?
Okay, the open interest on the play that I'm actually in, the one that is 15 cents right now. The open interest is 432. The volume is 166, and the bid ask spread is still 10 to 15 cents. The low on the day is 8 cents. The high on the day is 15. The last trade was 15. The IV was $40 or no $40, 40.69%. It is now 37.27. So IV is dropping.
460 open interest and 520 listeners.
Interesting. Well, I will say this, ladies and gentlemen, just a reminder that the ask does not mean that you're going to get it for that. Okay. The bid does not mean you're going to get it for that either. The bid obviously is what the buyer is willing to buy. The ask is what the seller is saying he's going to sell it or she is going to sell it at. We're not sexist around here or aliens. I guess if you heard, Elon Musk said he was an alien. But speaking of Elon Musk, we do have a question in the comment section from YXSTT asking, who wouldn't be confident in Tesla? Not because it's the leading EV company. Well, that's not self-promotion, but because we're going into a whole new era time with our whole carbon footprint being changed.
That can be true, and they can also make less money at the same time.
So something to consider with Tesla, especially now in the last year or two, they have had, for the most part, a very dominant, very unchallenged market share in the EV sector. It's kind of been Tesla and then like other babies, and then every now and then, other than like Chevy, most companies like didn't really have an EV, or if they did, it wasn't really a big deal. We're starting to see in the last year or two, especially the legacy automakers are actually promoting their EVs the way they do their other internal combustion engines. That's the thing that's going to be the issue for Tesla. They're now competing in a market where bigger companies care and are trying to compete with Tesla more actively.
So in 1997, Toyota launched the Prius, which was the first hybrid car ever.
Tell me more, Grandpa.
So will Toyota ever catch up? Again, we'll see.
In the 1980s,
So
in 1980s, GM launched the EV1, which was the first fully electric car ever.
That's right. I remember that.
It was so popular that when they recalled them, they actually had to sue some of the owners to get their cars back because they were beta models, they were test models, so they weren't actually owned by the owners. They were leased to the owners, and GM had to sue some of the owners to get them back. And that should have been like a wake up call for GM back then. But instead of going forward with the EV1, they said, "Wait, we're going to wait 30 years, and this guy named Elon Musk is going to come along and show us how it's really done." And he did.
So since Toyota came up, keep in mind Toyota and Honda's issue was they went hydrogen. They thought hydrogen was the future for non-internal combustion cars, and they put a lot of money into that. So they now have to come to the realization of, hey, that's not it, and we need to move on. And they've been a little stubborn about that for a while.
I disagree. I think that is it because you can make hydrogen with fuel from nuclear reactions. That's the point.
Well, I believe Toyota said they're committed to just doing hybrids until 2025.
Any of that stuff to make an electron move. That's the problem with all these other energy sources that we have today. Electricity is made. If you don't understand how easy it is to make electricity, you'd fall out of your chair. Electricity is made by moving an electron a tiny amount. And as a result of that movement, you create an electric field. So you don't need to jump through all these hoops to create hydrogen, to create a process that creates hydrogen, to compress the hydrogen, to then move an electron. It's much easier to move an electron than you would think. And the most direct way to move an electron, or the simplest way to move an electron, is to capture the energy of the sun and move the electrons that way. And you have as much energy than the world will ever need. All this other stuff adds additional processes into the mix. That's all it's going to do is make it more expensive and more difficult to manage. The other thing with the difference between electricity and hydrogen is that you can't move hydrogen through the air, whereas you can easily transmit electricity through the air, and you can charge cars without ever touching them. There's just there's something like truly in all right. If the world was right, the electron would be called the God particle, because the amazing electron is what makes all this stuff possible. And you don't need hydrogen, you don't need gasoline, you don't need any of the other stuff. It's moving the electron is one of the simplest processes that you can do, and you don't need anything else.
So it's my understanding that they're thinking hydrogen fuel cells for moon base.
I just want to say that I asked ChatGPT what's the easiest way to make electricity, since someone came in here and said, hey, it's easy to make electricity. So I figured, well, I don't know how to make electricity. And ChatGPT said to me, for an individual, the easiest way to make electricity is by using solar panels. You just use the power of the sun to create electricity. And I guess you just put it on your back and you can just plug anything on it and you're good to go.
Actually, the easiest way for humans to create electricity is just to move. All you have to do is move, and your body runs on electricity. Without electricity, humans would not exist. Just FYI. And to prove that, all you have to do is dehydrate yourself to where all of the salts and the electrolytes are gone out of your system. You'll quickly see what happens when you have no electricity running through the body. I mean, humans are electric, right? There's electrons moving through our bodies, and electricity is definitely the way to go, because you have opportunities for what I call infrastructure integration, where you can tie in, like if you drive down the freeways, you see these high voltage, high tension power lines along the freeway. If you tie those into the freeway itself and you integrate the infrastructure of the electricity and the freeway, all of a sudden you've got electric roads. And all of a sudden you don't need to worry about charging cars anymore, because you could charge them you could power them as you're traveling down the road. There are so many opportunities that you have because of the properties of the electron that no other fuel source has that opportunity. Up on that, and you'll realize how quickly how electricity is the way to go.
Just real quick, ask ChatGPT if you guys don't mind. I asked him how much, or her, I don't know what sex it is yet. I think it's it. How much electricity is in the human body? And the human body does not store electricity in a measurable way. Electrical activity in the human body, such as nerve impulses and muscle contractions, is generated by tiny electrical charges produced by ions in our cell. So, as mentioned earlier, stop drinking water and get dehydrated and fuck out and find out.
Hey, just one more thing I wanted to say about Victoria's Secret is that a lot of their debt was taken on early and locked in at a rate around 2.5%.
Why were we bullish on uranium? I don't understand that case.
Oh boy. Okay. The 10-second story. Sells for about $50 a pound, costs about $65 a pound to pull out of the ground, accounts for 18% of all US electrical generation. So either the price goes up to meet the incentive price and generate enough electricity, or the US loses 18% of its electrical output in 5 years.
Or Canada gives you guys a great deal.
Oh, going down the rabbit hole. Welcome to Wall Street Bets, where we go down the rabbit hole, talk about bad CEOs and more.
86% of the world's uranium has been mined in Saskatchewan.
Yeah, but Cameco doesn't have enough production to supply the entire world.
Perfect. That's what I'm looking at hearing. Because I know there's a lot of proposals open right now that have not been approved. So maybe they're trying to keep supply low.
Well, if supply gets low, we can always go out to the Space Force and grab some of those nice asteroids.
Oh, there's plenty of uranium on the planet. It's not a finite resource at all. You can get it from salt water and at significant levels. It's just stupid expensive.
So what kind of machine do you need to get that?
I'm not certain on the machine. I know that they have saltwater extracting machines at about a $200 a pound price. So if it quadruples, look out, the oceans are getting mined.
Yeah. Welcome to Wall Street Bets, where we invent stuff that you didn't know you needed.
To make yellow cake, you need a lot of centrifuges.
Hey, Elliot, question.
Answer.
You live in Japan, right?
Yeah.
How is the rail industry doing?
Say it again.
How is the rail industry doing?
Well, let's see. California's still trying to build their bullet train. Wait, sorry. They haven't even laid any tracks down. Japan is still building. No,
That's not true.
Oh, they are finally building it. Okay, that's news to me.
They do have some tracks down, and it was abandoned, and you can see it from the freeway, and it's ugly as fuck.
Okay, I digress. Thanks for coming in with that hot, fresh news. So still no bullet train, but we are building another bullet train. I don't say we, I mean the Japanese are. So yeah, thanks to them. The railway system is what the blood of the transportation system here, and it's one of the hardest train systems to follow if you're new, but it's easy to learn. I think if you're in New York City, you come over here and yeah, you'd be okay.
I think it's a brand problem. They need to rebrand the bullet train into like an AR-15 train for the Americans.
The subway system there is pretty easy, to be honest. Like, I was confused maybe like 2 minutes. Then I got there's two different lines. And it just made sense.
Well, you guys heard it here first. If you ever go to Japan, invite Kamar, and he will help you along the way.
I was Godzilla, by the way.
I don't get that Japanese JR East, JR West, JR Central are down, but CN and CP are like still like doing pretty well.
Yeah, I can't speculate or comment on that. But I will say that JR owns a lot of hotels and stuff too. They're not just the train stations. If you do check out like their assets, they're not just a train station, if you may. I feel like they're doing the same thing that JAL did Japan Airlines did. They bought a lot of real estate, a lot of local stuff to kind of stay relevant, but also keep local assets in. So people that were local or that wanted to invest in Japan weren't just investing in one company when they bought the stock, but investing in multi-assets, which made it more attractive, right? Like right now, if you invest in Toyota, it's a great opportunity. They have more than just their cars. They have also their smart city and then their innovations R&D labs. So you're not just buying the car when the car market's going down, you're buying their other assets. But I digress. I'm not here to promote Japan per se. I think a lot of countries are trying to create their own internal assets, if you may, and it will be a great competition coming up, if that makes sense.
Isn't there? Well, my take on that would be that the Japanese railway system is like a huge economic private-public partnership project, and that Japan's going through some recent macro trends that are really bad, and it's taking it down with it.
No, I would disregard that statement and say the reason why is because people are still using it as their everyday transportation. It's not like people are using it less and driving more. It's quite, people are still using it as a means of transportation. We're still having, packed trains and whatnot throughout the country.
No, he was asking why the stock was down, not the actual train service.
Sure, and I said I can't answer that earlier, so I can't answer that. But I know they're multi-asset.
Well, the reason, I've kind of taken a little bit of an interest in it because I think that would, if you wanted to invest in Japanese or Japan, the country, doing better, that would be the ticket, pun intended, to riding up the currency crisis going away of Japan, which is basically making their yen more desirable and higher demand.
Yeah, I'm not going to speculate on Japan. I'm not going to speculate on any country. I think if you're a smart country, you're going to stay low on your good news, especially right now. And then you're just going to come out with just awesome innovation, R&D. I think if I had to put some Asian countries on the map, personally, I'd put Singapore and South Korea on the map right now. They got some great innovation that they're just keeping hush-hush about. But if you read their internal news, they got some great companies coming about. But it's all speculative at this point.
Well, Samsung's earnings came out, speaking of South Korea, and it was very unimpressive. So abysmal. And so maybe they're doing it on purpose, though. That maybe they're driving their stock down on purpose so they can do buybacks, which is my theory of what they're doing with Intel.
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, when it comes to Samsung, they have a great R&D lab. They have very smart engineers, very creative designs, and they are actually, one could argue, ahead of Apple technology. If you don't believe in the whole fanboy, if you keep the fanboy thing out of it, right? They're really smart.
If you believe that Samsung rips Apple off and just tweaks their technology to be a little bit better than Apple, but they let Apple sort of be the first rat to the mousetrap, then absolutely it's believable.
Yeah, I mean, isn't that what China does to the
I'm
USA?
sure Samsung says the same thing about Apple, that they take their stuff. I mean, if you look at what they do in the U.S. courts, they basically sue each other for patent infringement on a regular basis. So it's back and forth between the two of them.
Yeah, and I always say, who invented the pencil, right? We don't know. At the end of the day, it's all speculative. It's the first one to the race, right? It's like if there's two people going to tell you a story, it's the first one there you're going to believe first, and the second one's got to sell himself harder. Common sense, right? But I digress. I'm not trying to put you to the sideline.
I just learned from this that AYAT works for Big Pencil.
Exactly. But I wanted to add in here, somebody wants to finish the story of Toyota. So whoever wants to come in and chime on that, Human Genome, if you wanted to say more about Toyota.
Toyota. Oh, no, I mean, they had, the Prius was a great car, for its time. I would, it's too bad it was so ugly, right? Like the Prius was kind of ugly. They could have done a better job on the design. I think they could have
The
gone a lot further with it.
2023 is not ugly.
Huh?
The newest model is not ugly.
Oh well, it's kind of late. They kind of missed the boat. You got Tesla and you got a bunch of other. You got even Lucid has nicer looking cars than Toyota. Um, so the I don't know. I think Toyota's going to have a lot of catching up to do now. I think they also have the capital to do it, or they're one of the companies that like what happened in the automotive industry before, like back in the 30s, 40s, and 50s. There were over 200 car companies in the U.S. like Plymouth, Dodge, Lincoln, like all these car companies that are now integrated into GM, Ford, and Chrysler, or Stellantis, I should say. All those car companies were individual companies at some point. Just like right now, you have like all of these EV companies like NIO, XPEV, BYD. You got a bunch of like even from India, they're coming out of like there's electric car companies popping up just about every day. I think what's going to end up happening is what happened before with the auto industry, where you have a consolidation. And I think Toyota's in a good position to begin to acquire some of these lower brands that are going to be struggling, and do like a roll up with some of these EV companies that are compatible. And I think you're going to see that happening in the next 5 to 10 years. And I think Toyota has the capital and the ability, to be one of the companies that's going to do the acquisitions instead of being acquired. Same thing with GM, Ford, and the other ones. I think they're still going to stick around. They're also going to do some acquisitions like they did before, and you're going to have a consolidation in the EV industry, especially as competition gets a little bit tighter, like what Ford and Tesla are doing right now with lowering the prices on their EVs to compete and to get more market share. That's going to continue, so that's going to create some pressure to consolidate. So I think you're going to see a consolidation in the EV industry. So
Well, it looks. Oh,
go
his
ahead.
mic. No, go ahead.
So I think Toyota is definitely positioned well for that. But otherwise, if they're going to try to do it all on their own, I think they're going to have a tough road to hoe and a long way to go. And
So
then
what
the
do you
other
think
thing,
about?
go ahead.
I was going to
What do
say,
you think
what do
about
you think
Toyota
about
in
the
the short
CEO?
term?
What do you think
In
about
the short term,
CEO?
if you look up chip shortage and automaker chip shortage, Toyota's right there at the top of the list.
Sure. Yeah, I mean that's the supply chain issues. Those are short term things. Those aren't major. I mean those can be resolved over a relatively short period of time.
Yeah, and what I was trying
But
to ask with their CEO stepping down just last week, what do you think that means? Do you think that bringing in someone newer that will help with this
yeah, I mean
acquisition
this.
strategy?
Yeah. I mean the CEO, right? The CEO needs to set a vision for the company, and that's actually the one thing that Elon Musk. I don't know if he does a lot of work, but the one thing that he does well is he sets a vision for the company, right? And if the new, it all depends on what the vision of the new CEO is when he comes in. Like if he's going to stick to this hydrogen story, I think it's going to be a flop. If he realizes that they have to change course and get involved more in electric cars and sets a vision for the company, then I think they can do well. And the other thing, like with the challenge with Tesla, is that like unlike the other auto manufacturers, Tesla does more than just manufacture autos. And I think I mentioned this before that Elon envisions cars as a robot with wheels as opposed to a car. He sees it as a piece of technology, as a robot with wheels, and he compares it to their humanoid robot that they're also using. The same AI that they have in the cars for the full self-driving is also implemented partially with their humanoid robots in that specific way. And then on top of that, they have the solar stuff and the power wall and these other things they're doing. So it's going to be tough for any one company to compete with them on that level, because they can cut the price on their cars and raise the price on something else to make up for it. So I think they have a little more wiggle room than some of the other manufacturers.
How do you feel about Hyundai's electric cars? 'Cause they seem to be doing really good stuff lately.
Yes, Hyundai. I've seen a lot of Hyundai electrics out there, and like I said, there's a bunch of new ones coming out. Obviously, BMW, Mercedes, all the car companies are pushing their own versions of electric, and they're gonna give Elon a run for his money for sure. They're not just gonna lay down and stop competing. And then the other thing you might see as far as Tesla margins go is there's two things that they're in play. Um, a lot of the hardware level 3 vehicles that Tesla has out right now, they didn't come with the full self-driving software because it wasn't ready yet. So the consumers that bought those cars on those platforms, on that hardware platform, may not have necessarily bought the full self-driving packages. And once it becomes available and people start buying that, it create that $15,000 is pure margin, because it doesn't cost them anything additionally in hardware or production or anything to push that out to the existing fleet of hardware level 3 vehicles. So that's all just pure margin. Now, what's going to eat into that margin is, because all these traditional car companies are advertising their own electric vehicles heavily, and you can't, Tesla's going to have to compete with that advertising at some point. And instead of just Elon being the focus of their PR, they're going to have to start spending money on marketing and advertising just like other car companies do, and that's going to eat into their margins. But they have plenty of margin in the software to make up for that.
Couple things with that though. Even though with the level 3, I mean, Mercedes-Benz just came out with it here for the United States, and it's only $8,000, just as a comparative. They did talk about that, but they've also said gross margins are going to be in the low 20s, even with that additive there. So I still see their margin shrinking. And when it comes to Solar City, that was an indebted company run by his brother, another one of his, if you want to say maybe CEO faux pas. He went and bought up his family's business, and we've talked about it here. People say they're too expensive. They never really have sold anything. It's not really a cash producing part of it. So I do not see that as a faucet they can just turn on. It was a sympathy buyout, and it was one of the lawsuits against them. So I don't like that from corporate governance part.
It depends. Yeah, I mean, I agree, because like I actually tried hiring Tesla to put we had to get our roof replaced. So I actually inquired about having them do a Tesla roof on our house, and I paid a $250 deposit for having a detailed analysis done, like a site survey done on our roof to figure out what it would cost and how much it would be. And then they come back and say, well, sorry, but we don't do business in your state right now. So that's kind of like,
he brought it in and he let the company die.
Yeah, if they were to focus on that and do the job that they're meant to do with that company, I think they could easily turn that around and make it a huge profit center. But right now, I think they're focusing on the Tesla stuff. So like the Solar City and the solar stuff, they're not even selling that in every state. Like for me to buy a Powerwall here would be very challenging. And the other thing is their e-commerce stuff, like on their website, really sucks. Like you can't just go on there and order a Powerwall. You have to talk to a consultant. You gotta, you have to have their own installers do it. And it's not really, they should make that stuff plug and play, like they did with their satellite for Starlink. Make that shit plug and play. Why do you need an engineer to plug in a wall and plug the other end of the plug into the Powerwall? It's like you shouldn't need an engineer to do that.
Yeah, and I've heard in general there's a lot of bureaucracy with trying to get any solar set up, not just
Yes.
with them. So I think that's
Yes.
not exclusive to them, in fairness, right?
Well, that's true, but what I'm saying is that if they were to make a serious effort to enhance the customer experience and make it easier to acquire that product than what it is now, and also make it available in every state, then, or at least the states, because I'm in a state where we have plenty of sunshine. I'm in Georgia, right? And like there's plenty of sun here, year round. And so, Georgia's a great place for solar, and to not have their product available here in Georgia, to me, it almost seems like, what the hell are you doing? It's like, why don't you make it available here? So there's that.
No, I appreciate the conversation. So
yeah, they're really missing out if they're not in the Sun Belt at all.
Right, exactly. I mean, you can, Texas, Alabama, Georgia, New Mexico, even New Mexico, and Arizona. I mean, you could power the entire country with solar from those states.
So power's all interesting, but did you know that the U.S. runs on 15 transformers, mega transformers? Is it 16? Can't remember.
I did not know that.
It's pretty crazy. So they were installed in the 70s, and all the heavy lift train tracks have been taken out since, so you can't replace them. It's a really interesting story.
Are they Autobots or Decepticons?
Yeah, I don't know. Well, yeah, that's a black hole theory for sure. But what was it? There was an attack on one of them in California in the early 2000s, and then they realized how fucking terrifying that is as infrastructure.
I do appreciate the info. On a serious note, I couldn't resist.
There's a TED talk on it actually. The guy goes really in depth in the entire U.S. power grid. It's a very good talk.
Well, doesn't it talk about like the length of time it takes to create one of these? And there's only like 1 or 2 places in the world
Right.
that even create some.
Right. Yeah.
One being in Germany, correct? I believe so. Not close.
And that's another part of the solar power thesis, or the energy appliance thesis that I have, is that, like, right now, I like to compare the energy grid structure to the mainframe computing structure that existed in the 60s and 70s, right? Like right now you have centralized power production, and you have substations that are tethered to these power plants and to these main transformers, and that creates a vulnerability, right? And they need to democratize and decentralize energy production so that people have energy appliances, whether it's solar panels or something else, in their home, so that you can make the grid more resilient. Because after you have an event like a hurricane or a tornado, you have to wait days, sometimes weeks, to wait for the power company to turn your power back on. And now that we're living in the digital age, that costs billions of dollars a day when you don't have people that can transact business online and conduct their, especially remote workers and that kind of stuff. The every day that you're offline, it's costing billions of dollars. And if those 15 or whatever transformers do get shut down for whatever reason, whether natural disaster or man-made disaster, I mean, you're talking about huge losses of money. So I think the other thing I see that needs to happen is you either have to have solar panels or devices like Plug Power or Bloom Energy, where you have energy servers that you should have either in the neighborhood, or if you can make it small enough, make it in your house, so that you produce your own energy, and then whatever you produce that's excess, you sell that back to the power company and let them distribute it. So we need to get away from this model where you have these handful of massive transformers or substations or power stations that are producing power, and you need to democratize it the way you democratize computing with client-server computing. And I think that's what's going to need to happen in order to make the grid more sustainable or reliable. Is to get that part done.
So, Human Genome, one thing about the individual house running on solar or some other like renewable energy, you have to remember a lot of states have intentionally monopolized utilities that have actively fought against and successfully blocked individuals adding solar within their homes to pull off the grid.
Oh,
So that's
not
going to
just
always be a big roadblock for it.
that,
I
and it's
agree
not
it
just
should
states,
happen.
and it's not just states. It's also HOAs. Like some HOAs that you have to get approval from the HOA to put solar panel on your home, and some HOAs forbid them altogether because it destroys the look of the neighborhood. But now we're talking once all that has to happen is a couple of these power stations go down, and they're going to see that it becomes a national security issue. Once it becomes a national security issue, and they realize what an issue it really is, that can quickly change. Those policies can quickly change.
Yep. But what about Texas? And again, I know they're independent, if you will. They have their own state rights, but they've had their own issues. We've seen that as a country, and I still don't see a charge to action to fix it, or to, let each one of us handle our own energy needs, which I don't want to do that per se, but I understand the right and the ability to do it. I don't think they have taken action.
True, not yet. Like I said, something needs to happen to demonstrate the need for doing this. But you do want to create
unfortunately something more drastic. Which
yeah,
is sad, but
but
true.
you do
No,
need.
it's true. It's like the
But you
slow
do.
boil, the frog in the slow boil. You don't
Yeah.
realize. Yeah.
Yeah, but you do want to create your own energy, because I was in Cleveland in 2003 when all the power within 10 miles of Lake Erie and that northern part of Pennsylvania, New York, uh, Dominion Energy had some kind of an issue that knocked out power for days. And we were without electricity. You couldn't charge your phone. You couldn't do anything. It sucked. Trust me. You want to have your own energy production instead of waiting for someone to come and turn the power on for you.
Oh, I'm in Central Ohio. I agree. And we've had our own few day incidents over the last 20 years here due to ice and whatnot. So I think I was in that same storm. It was like Christmas time.
Yeah. You want to have your own energy production. Trust me.
Yeah, the utilities fight it, but the biggest barrier is the cost, and the cost is going to come down. The utilities are like a giant dam trying to hold a tsunami back, but the costs are coming down too fast. So places like Texas, Rooftop solar is going to take off.
Speaking of dams,
I think you're greatly underestimating the utilities' ability to keep that out of the market. It is without getting too political, because that's not what I'm trying to do, but the reality is many major US markets are driven by profit-based factors. You adding solar to your house is not profitable for a utility. It's not profitable for the politician who the utility has been donating to. It is going to be fought. It's not even profitable, honestly, to the regulatory commissions who often are very pro that utility and tied heavily together. Like, I get what you guys are saying, and I think it should happen, but a lot of times what should happen and what ultimately happens don't align well.
Well, the trends are that it's happening.
I mean, some places, but in other places, you see a lot of utilities pulling in and flat out blocking home solar.
Ohio is now natural gas is considered a green energy in our state. So, and they've canceled multiple solar farms because even here in cloudy Ohio, there's enough sun for it actually to make sense to build these farms near these fields, and they're getting shot down left and right.
That's utility scale, right? Not the home.
It's a bit of both. I mean, you have the state government saying we're good with green, and then the solar farms. A lot of times, it's the local municipalities that are saying nope, not welcome.
Some of those places, I mean, if they don't adopt it, will end up importing from their neighbors.
I mean, a lot of things could happen. I'm just saying it's a hard bet to bet against, because you're essentially saying, I think the utilities need to make a major change and let individuals have solar, and you're making a bet against a pretty strong lobbying group. It's like saying, oh, I think the oil companies just need to let wind and solar take over and let EVs be the future. Like, they might, maybe they should, but you're playing against a group with a lot of money to make sure that doesn't happen.
You're looking at a scale where the sand is tipping from one side to the other. So these oil and gas lobbies are shrinking. And if you look at the IRA Act, the 30% tax credit, the benefits for solar in there, it's gonna grow. The utilities they can't stop it. They can't say it's illegal, but they could put up rules and laws that make it harder. But as that scale starts to tip towards more solar and wind, you're going to see those lobbies have a lot more power than the fossil fuel lobbies, and it's tipping fast.
I mean, utilities can get politicians to pass laws regulating what percentage of your personal power you can generate. We have laws for that on, like, farming, for example. So it's not beyond their scope. I'm not trying to get like conspiracy theory about it.
No, they do that. They absolutely do that. But I mean, they can't stop you from, like, if it gets cheap enough, you say, well, I don't need the grid anymore, and that's happening. I'll just put up a battery and solar panels, and I'll cut the grid off, and I don't need to be attached to you. And then the utility has no say, and then they have to fight grid defection.
But
and
again,
that's a thing too.
But if there's a state law stating that you can't do that, you can't just cut from the grid because they can say your home's not in compliance with local or state regulations, right?
Well, yeah, in a red state, in a rural part of the country where there's a minority of people, but places like Massachusetts and Vermont and California, they're not gonna come out. And like Wyoming right now is passing some crazy laws to, like, block EVs. We're gonna block EVs because we don't want them, and they hurt our oil business. That's Wyoming. There's five people in Wyoming.
Yeah,
but that's not the popular. That's not the consensus. That's not the larger demographic. It's just not in the trends.
I think what's more likely to happen is once the battery technology, the storage of the power gets cheap enough, I think the utility companies will be the first to adopt, large scale solar plants and just bypass all the, people trying to centralize and do it in their own house, because they can order the batteries in large amounts and get better prices for them. And if they can provide that power to somebody's house, with a giant solar plant in these sunnier states, They can make it so cheap that why would anybody want to go spend 20 grand or 10 grand on a solar system if their power is super cheap?
Yet the smarter utilities are gonna push EVs so that they have a new source of revenue. If they could push EVs and push electrification for heat pumps, the utilities can grow massively with a new source of revenue and take that away from transportation and heating. And
Right, and they can implement solar into their own, power generation techniques, and then still lobby to make it hard for the individual person to get solar. I mean, that's basically what's going
So,
on right now.
so just for an awareness, utilities don't actually make a ton of money off of selling you the energy. Their money actually comes from creating new projects and building new infrastructure. There's a cap on what they can make, like federally regulated caps on what they can make from selling you energy. But that cap is much lower if they or higher, sorry, if they're building a new project like a new plant, then they're allowed to have up to like I think 10% profit gain. And that's how they tend to make their money, is just constantly having these never-ending projects.
So to kind of flesh out this conversation, so are we saying buy the utilities because they're the dark hand that moves the market? Is that what we're saying? Short Tesla, buy utilities? I'm curious what the overall vibe is, because what's the play? We understand it's going to change, but what side of the coin do you want to be on?
I'm sorry. Can I slide in there real quick?
Sure. Why not?
All right. My first play of the day, I gave you guys that we got in at $7 at 7 o'clock this morning. It is running. It's halted. MSGM. We also got in at 375 back on December 30th, and I've been holding that lot. It's up 600%, and we got in at 7 o'clock this morning. So I hope anybody who was listening this morning after 8:30 when we got on actually got in that play. I'd be aware that it halted. It's going to unhalt. I think I posted the exact time it will unhalt based on my scanner and such. So
it's unhalted now.
Yes, sir. Let's see. But I gave that play early, fellas.
$19 a share right now.
I'm just trying to tell you, man, my system is not flawless, but at least give it a chance, ladies and gentlemen.
Brought to you by your local pump and dump.
Yeah, is that
Dude,
the
it's
one
running again.
that ran up to like $8 at open?
It did. I've been in it since 375. I grabbed a hefty lot, and I just
2150 right now.
Talk
Enjoy.
to me, man. Your boy ain't as dumb as I might sound. I apologize if I've ever offended anyone. I'm just I'm raised by a black man and a white woman. So one from West Virginia, one from Mississippi. No disrespect.
I am so pissed because I was actually watching that when it was bouncing around 7 or 8, and I was going to get in, and I was like, nah, I'm not going to mess with it.
So to fly, or I guess stay, or however you want to be.
You got it. No worries.
Whatever. My man, we'll go with that.
Yes, sir.
So does your scanner essentially, I'm sorry if I'm oversimplifying.
No worries.
Just look for like really low float stocks with low share amount.
Well,
and
it's
see if there's any movement. Like, what are you specifically scanning for?
I mean, I've given you my formula, what I've programmed it to do. It's all about market cap, shares outstanding, volume, and then your 10-day average. All that comes into play, right? And so that's kind of how we do it. And I just let the computer do what it does, my friend. And I just use my expertise to get in and out.
It is now halted at 2257.
Yes, sir.
How did you come
phenomenal.
to those specific factors for your analysis?
I've been losing money since 1999 in Wall Street, and I've just my brain, like, I write everything down, right, and I watch everything. So I have notebooks full of I got in this play at this time, and just over learning it and seeing it, and just who knows, there could be a fucking big company that has this program they're using right now. There could be people selling it, but for me, it's just years of experience. I've come up with this out of my own head. You know, I smoke high power THC, do a little micro dose of mushrooms here and there, and I just focus on my fucking numbers, bro. And that's
Can
just
you go
how.
walk us through how you did this one? What were you looking at? What were the metrics? How you did this one? We get the experience, but we want to know the details.
Ladies and gentlemen, please don't do drugs. Give hugs, as they used to once say. I also want to say that if you like mushrooms, you can try some lion's mane mushrooms. Those are natural. I think that's what he was talking about. But yeah, let's keep the
Yeah, all natural remedies, sir. I bought it
yeah.
at
Let's
the
just keep some of
CBD
those
shop.
things
Yes, sir.
down low because we don't know if there's some kids listening to their parents with their parents in the car or on
Yes,
Sirius
sir. You
XM
got it.
radio.
My
Yes, we are on.
apologies.
Yeah, and we are also on Bloomberg and Sirius XM radio, so we don't want our advertisers pulling any ads from us. So thank
Oh,
you.
are we? I didn't know that. My apologies. Never again. So, let me pull up my screenshot, my original. I'm home with the kids today, so I don't have much notes in front of me, right? But let's say this: when I got in, it had ran up 2 days before that. So this was in December 30th when I jumped in originally. And at that day, the 10-day volume wasn't actually was cracking way over the 10-day volume. Let me pull up my. Give me a
So
second.
you look for a walk up, a run up,
Mm-hmm.
and then you look at the volume.
And then you're going to look for your 3 dips, just a typical chart, right? You're going to look and you're going to just do your chart work. And then
How do
I
you
like
do
it.
run ups? Do you sort in a website what stocks ran up the most, or do you
So no, my scanner is just running its own thing. Yeah,
do you
yeah.
have like
So,
a select few that you always watch?
well,
You have a scanner.
yes. So it's good. Whatever happens at after hours, right? We're just watching. And so I posted, I'm watching that after hours, and it just started to bubble. So it made the list. And then if it fits in the matrix, and for me, I might throw $100 on each one of these. If I feel strong on this one, maybe 500. And then that way it's in my portfolio so I can watch it.
So
And
you
I
look
don't
for
have to
like
kind
10 that had the highest run up, and then
there
you
you go.
sort by volume.
I sort through them, yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah.
And
So
then I
yeah,
just use my little formula. And it doesn't always work. I'm in some shit. I'm in Kraken. I'm in like negative 1,200 this year. And I'm
the
down.
numbers, right? You do a lot of them. You're gonna
Yeah.
make like
Yeah. If you throw enough shit on the wall, something's going to stick. You know what I mean? So, yeah, that's how it works.
That's fascinating.
So basically, if you're playing the craps table, ladies and gentlemen, if you want to learn just kind of how he's playing it, he's putting all his chips on every single number and hoping one rolls. Basically, what he's doing.
I'm bullish on
He's sorting by
sneakers.
what had a big run up. Like if he's gonna short it, whatever had the highest run up for a long time, right?
Yes, sir.
Odds are that's gonna go down. And then you
Right.
look at volume, and then you probably look
I
at
mean-
some trends, what people are buying and selling, and then
Yes, sir. Use those
jump on that
books
wagon.
and you can enter your bid and ask. I mean, I don't mean to come off like somebody said something about the egg play and I said some smart comment. To me, it was common sense. Didn't mean to slight nobody, but I've been in the market so long. We all know what goes up comes down. Right. I mean, I know we don't really like to talk about penny companies, but in my opinion, it's like, who cares? We're just going to get here, get paid. I do understand the due diligence. So I said, we don't care about companies, but then on the other side, I said, Calm is a great company. Well, if you're going to put $50,000 in a savings account at a bank, you're going to want to make sure that bank is steady, right? So to me, Calm was a steady situation. And again, we don't care about these companies. We just care about making our percentage gain and getting out.
That's some 2 Sigma stuff.
So we're bullish on wall cleaning.
After you throw enough on the wall, you might want to clean it up.
Calls on Procter and Gamble.
Yeah, you have a knack for spotting them, it seems. So that's awesome.
Yeah, now
The man here almost
I'm up
every
at
day.
like, oh, sorry, guys.
Well, I just want to say real clear. He's had his losers as his winners. So
Yeah, big losers, make
I
your
wouldn't
own.
believe him if he didn't.
Yeah, you know what I mean? It doesn't always work. But for my options in 2023, I haven't lost yet. I don't know what these 5 I'm in right now are going to do, or 4, but Lucid was a big hit.
Did it take a while to get a feeling for when the market was going up to when it was going
Yeah.
into this mess?
It does. And just if you get up early enough and you're watching the other markets, you got to feel for what's going to happen at 7 a.m. You know what I mean? We just can't trade till 7 a.m., but the rest of the world is moving, right?
Looking at the aftermarket?
Yeah. After pre-market, I'm looking over in Asia with like the market opens at 4 a.m. essentially in the US, right? So, but you can't trade till 7. So from 4 to 7, there's data being collected by this computer. And when I wake up and meditate and I get into it and I start seeing, I just make my list and then just go with it.
How big of a list do you make? Like 5, 6 stocks a day?
20. I do about 20. And then by 6 a.m., right, you might be down to 8 that really look like it's worth putting a couple of dollars on. And then you might have the 2 off the 20 that just run and I didn't bet on them. So it just happens, right?
Do you have
So
certain market caps?
I don't care about a market cap. The only reason I never talked before is because they had a market cap to speak on Wall Street Bet. So I just sat here listening for a year and some change, learning. Really, I appreciate everybody's knowledge. And once the market cap was open, I jumped in here and just kind of give you how I do it and take anybody's comments with a grain of salt and go about my day.
I definitely watch some of the plays you put up in the morning. I'm so pissed. I could have been up like 10K on that play if I had gone in.
Big Ballin, Big Stallin. Ladies and gentlemen, Tuesday Fly, Big Ballin. He's got a course out called If You Want Pump, We'll Give You Pump, but if you want Dump, guarantee that too.
Man.
Coming in every day with those fresh plays. We appreciate
I
that.
do got something on the scanner right now, real fast. NVDA, 60-minute time frame, price 196.2. RSI strengthening. Do with that what you wish. And I have one more. NUWE, 60-minute time frame, price is 7.8. RSI is strengthening.
Is this the same as what Hardy does, or is it different except for the Greek and the math? Or is it
No, he's momentum trading. Correct me if I'm wrong, but you're a momentum trader, right? So
yes,
you're
sir.
looking,
Yeah.
So when Hardy says something's below the, what's he say? The gamma neutral and is that momentum? Or is
gamma max.
That's just price.
He's looking at specific Greeks in relation to how most institutions trade based on those Greeks. So the idea is that, like, say I was running a hedge fund. If I was running a hedge fund, ideally I would want to stay as close as possible to delta neutral, meaning that I am unaffected by the movement of the stock price, right? And then when I have information that I think is going to move it one way or another, I might adjust that, right? But my goal is to maintain value. So in years like this last year, where the SPY finished down 16%, if you're not down 16%, if you're down 1%, you basically made your customers richer than their buddies. And when you have enough money that you're looking at institutional investing like this, you don't necessarily care how much money you have or you don't have. You care how much money you have relative to your friends who also have nice boats, right? And so if you lose less, that's better, right? So talking about that delta neutral, it's really important for like retirement accounts, really important for hedge funds. And Hardy is playing based off of knowing what other people in the market are doing. He knows how other people play the game, and he's figuring that out, right?
So he's like a step ahead of them because he knows what they'll do next.
Right. And one of the reasons that he's not scaled this up to his whole portfolio is he's not entirely sure if it could work at scale, right? And I think that's probably something he'll be testing this year. We should talk to him about it. But there is a size limit, right? Like if you tried his strategy and you tried it with like $100 million, it might not actually work with that much money.
Is that because of the scale at buying options? The price changes when you start to buy that much, or?
I think it's to do with quantity. Like you have to have a supply and demand. This is a supply and demand issue, really, what it comes down to.
Right, and also moving that kind of options volume will affect stock price and stuff like that, right? So it's like his plays are perfect for Wall Street Bets because we mostly hear them here in the morning chat. There's only about 1,000 of us. It's not like the whole 14 million people from Wall Street Bets listening to these chats. If they did, things would be a lot wilder. That's for sure.
And so MSGM, the price is 25.2. The float is at 6.76 million, 5-minute volume, 1.629. Fellas, see where it goes.
All right. Well, it's been a pleasure, as always, listening to fine folks talk about your pumps and dumps and your lovely insight to the sectors and businesses and all alike of your opinions. We do appreciate it. But I'm going to digress. Obviously, it's almost 1:00 0.05 in Japan. So, Scald, I think you have it from here, right?
I guess. Sure. Is opinion still here?
We called for opinion, but yeah, hopefully he's here.
I'll hang out for a little bit. I'll hang out for about 30 more minutes. And then at 11:30, I'll shut it down if we don't have anyone else here.
If you want opinion, you got to say meta 3 times.
Meta. Is opinion there? Come here.
Thank you, Elliot. Appreciate it, man. Have a good night.
Meta. I was trying again for everyone. Maybe you guys have to someone else's voice.
Yeah, stop doing it, or Zuckerberg is gonna pop out.
I think Zuckerberg is stuck in his metaverse.
So, Leaf and Leopard, I tagged you in the comments down below, and I tagged an article on delta gamma hedging and how delta gamma hedging works. So it's both delta neutral and gamma neutral if you take these kind of positions when you're trading. And so knowing that major institutional players try to run out of this playbook is the creation of Hardy's playbook, which is a sort of a step ahead in a way.
Yeah, I think. Go ahead, sorry.
I was just going to point out, anybody who's kind of been here for a while, part of the reason why Hardy, has the information he has, and the reason he knows what he knows is, it was a couple weeks ago. He said what his background was is that he worked on Wall Street, or still does, and he's also got a degree, if not a master's, in finance. So he definitely knows numbers and kind of what he's talking about. So.
Does anyone pay for data here, for live data?
I don't think I'm paying for any data services currently other than the TradingView Pro. But I have paid for data in the past. I'm just not currently paying for any data. Paying for options flow, though, can be really useful as an options trader. Like, there's some data sources out there that are behind paywalls where you can see exactly who is putting in calls, who's putting in puts, what their strikes are, when they place the order. You can get some deep information on the options book if you want to pay for it. And it can be definitely helpful if you're trying to trade basically against other people. You can learn a lot. But even without that information, you can find unusually sized options positions normally get picked up by the news, and places like Unusual Whales and stuff like that will say, oh, somebody, earlier today on this chat, we had somebody talking about a September 3rd SPY put, right? That someone put $600,000 against. That's an unusual position. It gets picked up by the news.
Yeah, because I don't know about others, but I think most of the people here don't have a lot of a huge portfolio to begin with.
I think if you're going to trade options, you should at least have over the day trade limit, which I think is 25,000, something like 50? No, 25,000. So, that's just my personal opinion. Obviously, people are trading options at a lot lower amount, but
investing.com posted that the Bitcoin is outdoing the US bond. Oh no, is this the start of the next bull run? The media pushes Bitcoin this week. We'll know it is.
My personal opinion is that I still think there's a 70% chance that Bitcoin sees 13 or 14,000 before we see 40. But I could be wrong. My background is in economics, so I'll tell you that we're in a bull market basically 2 reporting quarters after we've been in it. So I'll come out and be like, guys, we're in a bull market. And you'll be like, yeah, Scald, SPY's at 510. You're an idiot. But like, you know, that's when I'll have like the full economic data to say something like that.
Yeah, I heard talk about that on the indicator. They're like, by the time you know you're in a recession, you're out of it already. Everything's so micro now.
Yeah, and I mean the Fed for like economists have been trying to predict recessions for the last 100 years, right? I mean, and a lot of them are much better at economics than I am. And we still only have things like the Tecumseh indicator from the Fed, which is backward looking, right? So it's like it'll show you were in a recession after it already happened. Not the most useful thing for traders.
Also, there's a lot more awareness of recession indicators than there's ever been before. Like, even everyone likes to point to the yield curve inversion and be like, oh, that always predicts a recession. That always predicts a recession. Even the guy who came up with that model has come out and said, like, hey, I don't think it's going to apply this time. Way too many people are aware that I put that out there.
Yeah, but every bit of the curve is inverted as of yesterday, though. So that's a pretty strong indicator. You know, it's not every time, but that speaks volumes.
No, I get what you're saying, but again, even the guy who like came up with it was like, there's so much awareness about this now, though, that I don't even know if it's reliable this time. It's just there's so much public awareness on stuff.
And there are times where the yield curve is inverted and it's not led to a recession. It's not like it's 100% accurate, or else everyone would use it, right?
Correct. And to your point, your people of your ilk are wrong all the time.
Well, we say that economists have predicted 33 of the last 6 recessions. That's what we always used to say when I was in school. There's always the doomers.
So my degree is in business. So one of my favorite teachers was my economics teacher. So he talked a lot about him being in East Germany right after when it became Germany, and he was trying to teach capitalism to East Germans. So he had a lot of fun stories.
Oh, that sounds fascinating. I had some pretty interesting professors as well, but my focus was actually on financial fraud. Like that was like my specific area of focus.
I don't know if you were on the call. I used to be a field principal, so I was a principal for almost 10 years in various roles. So, I got all that.
I gotcha. It certainly helped me when I started investing in crypto.
It's true, you notice suspect everything's suspect. So you dig a little deeper.
Oh yeah, and sometimes I'll be reading a white paper and I'll read some like 30-page technical document. At the end of it, I'll be like, okay, that was a Ponzi scheme, but a really complex one.
Yeah. And as long as you don't go, damn, I wish I got in at 22 and out at 40. Yeah, stop. We've already talked about that. Don't look at your X's. But no, you do see that's a scary. I don't want to get too far into the crypto world, but that is the wild, wild west.
Yeah, and it certainly helped me like in my traditional investments as well. Like, for example, if I am looking at an Edgar filing and a company says that they have an exception, they've been given an exception to GAAP or IFAS, like generally accepted accounting principles, I literally just immediately move on to the next company and I don't even look at them again, because I'm not going to figure out exactly why you were allowed to have funny money accounting, and I don't feel like wasting my brain power on figuring that out when I can just go to the next play.
You mean the adjusted earnings syndrome that we have? Adjusted EBITDA?
Yeah, and I mean, who was famous for having exceptions to GAAP? Enron. They had all kinds of exceptions for their accounting, and we saw how that turned out. So I'm not going to try to figure out what your CFO and your little financial wizards over there are doing. I'm just going to move on to the next company that is reporting in a normal way.
Now, in all fairness to crypto, though, there was not a single new fraud that was invented by crypto. All of the frauds that are committed with crypto existed long before crypto and Satoshi Nakamoto wrote his white paper. The only difference is that for some reason, people seem to think that crypto is immune to fraud, which is not. but crypto did not invent one single new fraud as a result of cryptographic currencies.
Sure, and I think
Just FYI.
I've mentioned too. I've been a long time bull on crypto, so I do understand how it does get the drug dealer moniker, money laundering, where it's nearly impossible. You're telling on yourself. I understand how the blockchain works, so I love that mentality. That's someone who's talking out of their butt. But Skull, go ahead. I know you have something to say on this.
Oh, I mean, I was just going to say that I like it because it's not, you can't counterfeit it, right? You'll never be handed a fake Bitcoin, right? And I like it because it can't really be confiscated, right? It's truly yours if you have it on like a ledger and stuff like that. It's yours. But the traceability thing is, I've always thought it's a little problematic. I mean, other than some privacy coins that I'm not going to get into, like say I had a stack of $100 bills, where I went and spent these dollars would pretty much be between me and whoever I gave them to. And you don't have that level of opacity in crypto. You have a lot more transparency of the kind of transactions that are happening. And I think personally, I think that's a privacy issue. And it makes me nervous about central bank digital currencies because they just make me nervous. And I say this as someone who owned a company that one of our main sources of revenue was consulting with companies and governments on standing up cryptographic, basically hardware to do various things. So it just makes me nervous when I see governments going into that. One example that doesn't make me nervous, though, is smart bonds. I'm not sure if you guys are familiar with them, but there's 17 different countries that are now issuing their bonds using a blockchain. And I like that. I like that transparency in the bond market. I think it's actually a perfect use case for it, to be honest. And I would like to see more countries adopt that model.
Scald, can I request that Crypto Focal take on the nickname Blockheads, since for the sake of the blockchain?
Sounds pretty good to me. There's plenty of blockheads in crypto. There's tons of people that are like, this technology is going to save the world. It's going to do all this. And I'm like, guys, it's innovative, but come on. Come on.
Again, I've never been a max person. I've never had more than 10%. When I did, I sold the hell out of it. So, I mean, I keep it very small. Go ahead, Rad. I'm sure you had a joke. My bad.
I'm not only jokes. Sometimes I make serious statements. No, I was just going to say I actually don't have an issue with crypto on its very basis. I think that there is fine crypto out there, but my feeling has always been crypto needs to go through its .com bubble pop and just wash out all the trash so that we can have the good stuff left over, and then I'll be far more interested. But that's just me.
The problem is the trash keeps showing back up. Having been in crypto through 2 crypto winners now, the trash keeps showing back up. And admittedly, this happens in traditional financial markets. You got to remember that like Charles Ponzi wasn't operating in a vacuum. He was operating during an era where the Dow would eventually 8x over the course of that decade. And there was unprecedented access to the stock market in the 1910s and 1920s. However, in 1929, we had the Great Depression. But anytime you have substantial financial innovation, I think, smart people become doctors and lawyers and engineers, but clever people go into finance. And you got to watch out for clever people. They're just a little bit more dangerous, in my opinion. And the other thing is, it's always hard to do real financial innovation, and it's always easier to engage in fraud, which is why you end up having the amount of corruption and fraud that you're seeing in crypto. And we've seen that historically. We saw that in the stock market. It was just a long time ago.
I'm sorry, can I cut you off real fast? I don't mean to, but I got a couple plays y'all might want to hear based on this other play that's running. All right, boys, it's part of my formula. I call them sympathy
If you
plays
don't
and
mind me interrupting, bro,
there's some
I just
volume.
wanted
So
to
we got
say one thing.
MGAM, FAZE, GMBL, SLGG. I'm watching all those for volume, and that's based on this MSGM. See where the money goes.
So, Skull, there's also more recent examples of what you're talking about. I mean, Bernie Madoff, he was an innovator of the Nasdaq. He brought computers to stock trading. It's exactly what you're talking about, and his firm did that. And then at the same
Printed
time
his
that
own
he's
statements. Sorry, but
at the same time he's doing that, he's committing one of the biggest frauds in market history. And then you got, like, from your neck of the woods, you got the Keating Five with the savings and loan scandals. Like they did this kind of stuff with the savings and loans when everyone thought savings and loans were good places to put your money. And then you have the savings and loan scandal with the Keating Five out of Cincinnati. I mean, you're absolutely right. This stuff happens all the time with innovation.
Yeah, it's just at the end of the day, if you look at the amount of effort it takes to build an actual financial product, it takes some pretty big brain energy, and it's a lot easier to just bullshit people and just take their money. And it's unfortunate, but it happens all the time.
none of this is directly correlated. But now I want to watch Boiler Room. Anyhow, somewhat is. It's a pump and dump, but get me in the
On the
mood.
same note, another unrelated thing, the previous guy before called was speaking. He sounded a lot like Komail Nanjiani. So, is it possible that he could be in this chat?
Who?
I think he's talking about too big to stay fly or whatever. I was actually going to ask him about a stock, Invos, that I've been watching, NVOS. Its volume is 10 times its average volume for the last 5 days, but the stock price is just kind of bouncing around. It's not really going up. Not really. I mean, it's moving, right? It's volatile, but it's not really like pumping one direction or another. And I wanted to get his take on it as a momentum trader, but hopefully he comes back at some point.
Quick question: is there any way to build a spreadsheet with updates like the float shares and all of these other shares available?
Like automatically or manually?
Well, automatically.
I don't know of a tool, but I know you can do it with code.
I mean, aren't there sites that you can go to that like list out the most shorted stocks, the stocks with like the lows float and stuff like that, and you can actually sort them? I feel like I've seen that, but maybe not.
No, but those are. I believe that they're being only updated like what, once every 3 months or so.
There's, oh God, let me find it. There was a subreddit where they actually had a Google Sheets running, and they were keeping the exact data that you wanted in a Google Sheets, and they were updating it daily. Let me see if I can find it. Let me see if it's still active.
Was it Squeeze Plays called? Because I know they sometimes write that stuff up.
Because if you're gonna go momentum, you better know how much float is actually getting reduced or getting added.
Or you can just own the float, and then you've solved it.
Yeah.
Well, I wish I had $1 billion right now. Then.
Well, I mean, if everyone just DRS their SPY shares, we could get up to SPY 10,000, and it'd be good. But
synthetic shares.
You do have $1 billion. You just have to convince us all to buy the same stock you do.
we're just waiting for the one day when opinions like everybody buy Lucid, and then that'll be it. We'll own the float.
I feel like so. In all seriousness, I feel like opinion could start it.
But let's go back to GME, right? Basically, the short squeeze was because of float. Like, I don't know who found out like how much float was being shorted at that time, but there's a delay between the actual information being sent to all those aggregation sites and the actual float that is available.
So something to keep in mind. Maybe not the best idea to use a GME to predict future potential squeezes, only because if you're a big institution, right, that was on the bad end of that and you somehow survived, you are very aware of the factors that went into that. And you are not going to let those factors line up on you again. That is going to be something you are very much looking for, right? You almost have to be like ahead of the trend and figure out what's the thing that they aren't going to realize can screw them, because they know that can screw them.
I have returned. Sorry. But yeah, it was squeeze plays. They were keeping those spreadsheets.
They've had some good, not recently, because probably all their members got blown up, but in the past they used to have like a good play a month.
Yeah, I mean, you got to remember, like, these squeezes have been going on for a long time. I mean, well before WallStreetBets even existed, you would have squeezes on stocks. I mean, it's not an uncommon thing, and I'm sure it'll happen again. I mean, you're right about people being aware of it. People are more aware of it now than they were in the past. But, you know, people will forget. In a few years from now, you'll have another.
So, do you know if people could short companies back when it was just paper stock and computers didn't exist?
Yeah, you could. So what you're referencing is a thing called dematerialization. And so there was a thing called dematerialization of stocks, and it happened in the 1960s and 70s. Before that, here's the actual article. Dematerialization of securities refers to the substitution of paper securities by book entry securities. This is a form of indirect holding system. Since the 1960s, dematerialization has affected more and more listed companies, and now 99% of all publicly traded securities are dematerialized. Before that, it was possible, but admittedly, it was not available to your average person because you really had to have a relationship with your broker, which meant you had to have enough money that you had a relationship with your broker. And so that was really the challenge there. So it was mostly done by funds and things like that, or very wealthy individuals.
Like Opinion.
Yes, like Opinion.
Well, the also a reason why I mentioned this is, even if you're not going for a squeeze, as long as the float gets restricted, like you're not looking for a short squeeze, as long as it keeps getting minimized, you're bound to see your gains grow.
So keep in mind, a lot of these quote-unquote squeeze plays that people like report back, hey, I got a 50 bagger, blah, blah, blah. They're really just pump and dumps where they're getting the pump end and a lot of people are getting dumped on. Like, that's really what happens most of the time. So just when you look for those things, keep in mind, like, for every one winner that got a 50 bagger, there's 50 of you that they took that money from.
Oh, I'm aware of it. But also it gives you a chance to see like what potential activist investors are trying to target.
And another way that, like, an activist investor, someone comes in, they will try to increase the profitability of the company, increase free cash flow, things like that, by unlocking core value or unlocking key value is what the term is called. And so, I mean, that's what Elon Musk is trying to do with Twitter and his, as the Twitter employees called them, the Goon Squad. So he brought in a bunch of private equity people, and this is just what I've heard, that internally Twitter people were calling them the Goon Squad. But, the thing is that it takes a very specific acumen. You can't just take the knowledge from running a tech company like Tesla and transfer it to another tech company. It's more of like a managerial skill. Kohlberg, Kravis, and Roberts, KKR, is really famous for doing this, where they'll come in, they'll buy out a company, they'll take it over, and then the next thing you know, its profits will double or something insane like that, right? And but they have spent decades building up the skills to do that exact kind of corporate takeover. It's not something your average person can just do.
This is Kat's mom's living room, everyone.
Hey, Cat's mom, I think you unmuted by mistake, unless you're trying to talk to us.
No? Did I do something?
Just your mic's not muted. Just letting you know.
I'm just hanging out in your living room. I'm cool. Chill vibes.
Just something out of something I checked 3 months ago. There was this stock here, and there was an issue. There was a talk about that you yourself are not owning the actual stocks you have, but it's some kind of IOU. Care to explain what that is?
Can you be a little more specific?
I think he's saying in terms of like DRSing, I think is the term. Like actually owning the stock, the move that they did, I think was it AMC or GameStop? The whole idea that like your broker is loaning you this is the stock and they can sell your stock from out from under you or whatever.
Yeah.
Or is he referring to the proxy shares that like FTX had on GME or whatever that was?
DRS.
DRS?
Yeah.
Yeah, so the majority of time that like stocks have existed, which has been for thousands of years, it was mostly owned directly by the individual, right? Or it was owned by an attorney who would then act as the holding person, and then they would notarize any transfers of the shares. But because of this dematerialization effect that I was talking about, and the digital shares, there's a give and a take. The give is that it allows you to have apps like Robinhood and stuff like that, where you just hit a button, and normally within seconds, you have the shares, right? So, I mean, it's really it accelerated the speed at which trading of stocks and certificates of ownership has, increased in velocity incredibly. The downside is that your ownership of them is a little more tenuous. Like you said, it's almost like an IOU for that certificate, as opposed to actually directly holding it. And so that is sort of the difference. Like if you DRS your shares in a computer share, then you do directly hold them. Whereas it's sort of like the crypto thing of using a centralized exchange versus a decentralized exchange. There are some advantages to both. There are drawbacks to both.
Say again with computer share and DRS.
Yes, so I mean that allows you to take direct possession of your shares, almost like the book entry system that used to be used for a long time, where before that, like the paper shares, right? So instead of an indirect hold where your broker held them or whatever, you directly hold your shares. Like you own your shares, not your broker, but you own them.
Well, it may be worth noting that some people may not know that you used to actually get paper shares, like paper stock. I don't know, but
Yeah, and I mean, for a lot of startups and stuff like that, like if you invest in a company that's in an early phase, they will hand you paper certificates or a PDF of the paper certificate. But I mean, and all that's really required, interestingly enough, America is an incredibly free country when it comes to finances. And all it really takes is like for me to have a ledger of who all my stockholders are, and I can just go out and start selling shares to people. There is some implied liability there, of course. Like I can't just use that and defraud people, but it can be incredibly easy to start issuing shares of a company. Just look at a Delaware corporation. They actually offer it as part of their incorporating services, the right to sell shares of your Delaware corp. So it can be very easy. But yeah, back in the day, you would actually be handed actual stock certificates, like paper certificates.
We're talking about private or public?
Both. Back in the day, it used to be both.
Do options further leverage that? Like I see a stat, it says on average over $1 trillion worth of SPX options are trading daily, a record high. And there's a chart that shows that goes like straight up. So do options like further leverage that?
Yeah, I mean, in a theory, right, the option is a right to buy shares at a certain price, like at their most basic level. So in theory,
Like
I
so
guess
many trades are options right now. $1 trillion in SPX options. Is that crazy? Or
I mean, there's just been an explosion in options trading over the last 2 decades.
Well, an option, sorry, Scald, but an option is actually not a share, it's a contract. Like an option is a contract that gives you the option to buy the shares at a certain price at a certain future date. So that's not actually a share, that's just a written contract. And you can write those on anything you want, but they're doing it electronically.
does that have a forcing on the market, or is that like just independent?
It certainly does. Options, because of their nature, because they're multiplicative, right? Instead of buying 100 shares, you're buying the right to buy 100 shares. It's not like a straight multiplier, but someone going out and spending $1,000 on options might give them the right to buy 10,000 shares, whereas buying the 10,000 shares yourself might cost a lot more than $1,000. But the market has to try to account for that, right? You've got to try to price that in. What if that person hits? What if they do buy the 10,000 shares? And so these options are, a form of financial derivative on the base product, which would be the stocks. And if you look at some companies like Tesla has an incredible options chain. The volume of Tesla options that are traded on a daily basis it's just insane. It's 10 times more than Coca-Cola is traded on an average day.
Is there a ratio of like options to value of the stock? Because it seems like there's more money in the options than what the value of all the Tesla stocks are. It's crazy to think that there's so much money on the sidelines playing options or waiting to get back in the market. That seems. I'm trying to figure that out. It just seems like a huge amount of money.
Not that I know of offhand, but that stat could very well exist, and it probably does somewhere. I just don't know how to find it.
But does it? I don't know. Is it just me, or does it seem like there's a huge amount of money in options, like bigger than the value of the stock almost?
The derivatives market is bigger.
I mean, there's more money to be made in options, so you're going to have more people playing.
Keep in mind, we, especially like us, Wall Street Bet crowd, happen to prefer options. So a lot of the things that are popular here will also tend to have maybe more options than like a Coca-Cola, because people here probably aren't like Coca-Cola to the moon, whereas they might actually believe Tesla to the moon.
And the option's tied to a stock, right? I mean, it's like tethered, like gold is to the dollar.
Well, the
option's tied to a
prices, the
stock.
price and the strike.
There can't be that much more money in the options than the stock.
So the options market, so like in 2021, the options market was $12.4 trillion. The stock market was roughly 50. So it is smaller in a way, right? You're like, oh, well, that's only like 1/5 of the stock market. But you got to keep in mind, we have Atlantic style American options here, which means that we're not saying it's 12 trillion versus 50 trillion. We're saying 1/5 of the market is optioned out at any given time, which when you think of it from that perspective, that's an insane amount of derivatives, right?
It's huge.
And if you look at the number of options over time, it has increased. And there are charts on that show like that huge spike.
Does that help keep the market bullish? Does that?
It depends. What you also have to keep in mind is one option represents 100 shares. So if the options market is 1/5, then it's in terms of the number of shares it represents, it's actually more shares are represented in the options than in the stock. And you can create an unlimited number of options on a single stock. On any given 100 shares of stock, you can create an unlimited number of options. So there's some stuff that can happen with there's some dynamics that are implied in that can increase or decrease volatility immensely.
I think you also have to consider the ETFs, because you can play options on ETFs, right?
It gets very complicated as you get into options. I mean, we could go down a whole
Yeah.
rabbit hole of then market makers on the other end of the option, how they're hedging, how that affects the stock. Oh, when it starts unwinding towards expiration, now they're going to sell off the hedging, how that like we could do days on this and not even touch it.
And if you try to get a sense of the total money supply, it seems like much larger when you add options in.
Question first called. There's also like companies that give you employee stock options, but they're different from the publicly traded options.
Yeah, I think that's how stock options. I think that's how options got created. And I mean, maybe someone more versed in the financial history of options may be able to correct me here, but originally they were a type of compensation. You had phantom stock and you had options that were given to people, right? So initially you had phantom stock. That turned out to not be great because, if it went down, you didn't want to be stuck with the bag, right? And so that's where the options came in, right? The ability to buy shares if it's up, right? And also a lot of times companies will give a discounted rate. A good friend of mine has a bunch of Kellogg's, a whole bunch of it, and their average share price is somewhere around $40, right? And it's because of these options that they had as an employee.
And that's probably a preferred stock purchase plan where you get it at a discount to value. There's also warrants, all the executive compensation, taxable and non-taxable. I think all of that helped breed that, if you will. Yeah.
Because if you look at, for example, insiders, like mostly CEOs, CFOs, and all these other higher up managers, they get compensated by stock options. But since if they're gonna exercise it, is the public buying the options? Like who actually, when they get exercised, how does the mechanics work?
Well, they have to do it within a window for sure.
Look at Elon and what he had to do, right?
Normally, those options are from the company's own treasury stock. When they give those, like they'll either buy the shares or
so you get diluted
through the company. It's done through the company. It's not done on the open market. For example, if you're an executive and they gave you options,
but that would increase the outstanding shares.
You could not. Yes, it would. You could not sell those options on the option market. That's a different. It's a private option between you and the company.
So basically, every time they execute it, there would be a larger amount, an increase in the outstanding shares, that would mean like more volume to play with, I guess.
It depends on how the company acquires the shares, but either way, it goes through the company. It doesn't go through open markets. So the company can acquire shares on the open market and make them available when you exercise the option, or they could use it out of their treasury shares.
What's the difference between that and a warrant?
Warrants the ability to buy the shares later on. But I think that's done at the open market, if I'm correct. But it's something that they would issue to them. Basically, they would purchase for the employee. I'm just kind of curious. What are you trying to play? What are you trying to look at, though, before we get real deep into this? What's the play on this?
It's just an educational. I want to actually get a huge amount of voting shares on it.
So, and someone smarter than me can correct me on this, but my most familiarity with warrants are, at least in the sectors I play, usually used as a method to raise cash on the open market. Is essentially how they'll play out, and where I'm most used to seeing them is almost like an offer of where we need to raise X amount of dollars. We're going to do it through warrants and private offerings.
Sounds like an IPO or a SPAC to me.
Well, the reason you would do a warranting system is that if you're doing a stock offering, you have the uncertainty of subscription. So whenever a company offers more stock, there's always a concern because typically traders and investment companies will jump in at sort of the last minute. So it's not uncommon for someone to be like, hey, I'm going to offer some stock. And then like you're a week away from it actually hitting the open market. And like only 3 or 5% of the shares are spoken for. And you're like, am I about ready to just nuke my stock price? So warrants give you a way to raise money that's a little less YOLO-y, for lack of a better term, than just trying to like put shares out there on the open market.
They're also a little safer from a selling point for the company, right? Because usually the warrant holder has conditions on when they can actually move that on versus just having shares that they can dump whenever.
Correct. Yeah, there's normally like lockups or vesting periods and stuff like that.
Yeah, anytime they're trying to pay you in other than cash, yeah, there's some benefit, whether it be tax control or your gain and potential future profit for you to work harder. You know they don't do it out of their heart. Come on.
But the honest answer is 99% of us will never deal in warrants ever. It'll be options.
Yeah, you gotta
I want to
have,
give a
go ahead.
yeah, I want to give a shout out to Toothfly. He mentioned Fade, bought a call and just sold it for double. So appreciate that.
It seems to be a trend. Perhaps we should like pay that guy and just have a meeting where he just tells us what to do.
I think his system works. The one thing I would want to know if is kind of like all the plays he goes into and the working returns versus like not, because I would imagine like let's say he goes into 8 plays, I would imagine like maybe 5 or 6 fail, but if those other 2 give him more than an 8x return, then it works, right?
It's a good point. We hear a lot from him, but it's like nobody reports the failure, right?
And I'm not trying to say his method doesn't work. I'm sure it does. It was just something I would be very interested in, because I would imagine that he probably has a high fail rate, but if the returns outweigh the fail rate, then who cares?
Yeah, I mean, momentum trading is, you got to really watch it, right? I mean, these aren't the kind of plays where you go in and then you look at it again in a few days. But I feel like a lot of the people here check their portfolio every day, so maybe that's not an issue.
If you change day to minute,
Change the date to like maybe once a week, and I should do better.
not unless you're playing a bunch of short
I
dated
mean-
plays, there's no reason to check your portfolio. Like if you're long on stuff, you don't need to look at it every day. There's a reason you're long, right?
Right. That's what I was gonna say. Is I'm just really holding Nintendo. So what difference does it make? Everything else is like $20. You know what I mean? What do I care?
My boomer portfolio, I check so rarely that sometimes I forget some of the stocks in there.
Is there a new Steam console?
Do you mean the Steam Deck?
Steam Deck,
Because that's
yeah.
not that new.
Is there like a newer model or something? Because the old one was kind of bulky, right? And loud fans.
I don't know. Maybe.
Okay.
Wow, there are Steam consoles. I had no idea.
Are there? Is there a new one?
Well, you can't even.
I thought I saw an article on it, but I don't follow it much. So I was just wondering if some of the guys here play a lot of the consoles and know them inside and out. So
Valve isn't public, are they? Skull?
No,
They are
Yeah.
not. I wish. I wish.
Valve is such an interesting company. Like I keep saying this to people. I've never seen an ad for Valve, not once.
They're getting hit by an antitrust lawsuit. Just went through.
Gabe will probably never sell until he dies, but dear God, they would be an amazing acquisition for so many different companies.
And so many different companies would ruin it. It would be that's why is because it would be a completely different platform, and we would all walk away from it.
Yep.
But still, just the value, like Microsoft, if they could, would probably hand Gabe a blank check and just be like, fill this in for Valve, just write numbers. It's such a desirable company.
That's why Gabe is Gabe, right? Like PCMR.
I half expect his will is going to say something like, if sold, Half-Life 3 may not be made.
I will say, like, this is my first time like publishing a video game, so I'm sort of learning the ins and outs of that as I go.
Tell me about that. Are you Steam? Are you releasing on Steam?
No, I mean that's what we're trying to figure out. The game's completely done, and
I can help you with the Steamworks implementation if you need that.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's look at Rust's implementation. They released an open source implementation that you can just pull into your stuff. I don't know how it's going to work because I think that's .NET, but it's a Steamworks implementation that's like a facade over their weird backend, right? So you can write it easily in .NET. I don't know what you're writing though.
Well, right now, like the game itself is in Unreal, and one of the options we had was just containerizing it, uploading it to Amazon Game Lift, and then Amazon servers would have taken care of everything for us. So that was like one of the options we're considering, but we've got two other options. One is, well, three really, Epic Games or Valve. And then the fourth and final option is to go the route using my crypto knowledge. Like it's fairly trivial. We actually already have the crypto implementation for the game if we wanted. We could go through Immutable X and Loopring and be on the GameStop marketplace. And I'm not going to lie, I've got a little bit of decision paralysis here because like all four of these seem like pretty good options. And I don't know what to do.
Steam is amazing. They're going to walk away with 30%. So keep that in mind. You've got access to like, what is it, like 100 billion people now, which is a huge marketplace, but they're going to take 30%.
But like, will they even allow me? Like, I get the 100 million. It's like that's like a third of the U.S. It's crazy. But are they going to even allow me to have the cryptographic features in there? I thought Steam had banned like crypto gaming.
I have no idea.
Yeah.
Have you considered releasing it on homestarrunner.com?
Yeah, that's probably the best plan.
Yeah. Get ready to download the outdated version of Flash that has not been supported for 5 years.
Just release it in OpenGL, man. Put it on the web. Release it for free.
Well, the core game is free, and you know.
Oh, there you go.
We've got a pretty interesting thing that we've already tested out. So one of the things I'm working on is an ARPG as well that goes with this. That's a card game, but there's also an ARPG that we're working on, and we're also working on a strategy game. And we found a way to move the digital assets from one game to another using crypto, which means that if you get a really cool item in one video game, you can use it in the other video games on other characters, which I think is a pretty unique feature. I don't know of any other games working like that.
There aren't, and I think you've mentioned that before. The closest thing that I'm aware of is the whole, like, if I'm playing Division or something like that, I can get a skin because I own Wildlands or, whatever. But it's not like the skin from Wildlands that I've unlocked is in Division. So you've got something unique for sure.
I mean, the U.S. Patent Office certainly agreed because they granted me a patent on it. So
Yeah. No, it's unique.
So I could use a plasma cannon, a Gatlin plasma from Fallout in Neo 2, blasting ninjas with plasma. That'd be cool.
So if I can assume, Skuld's goal here is to create a universe such as like the Fallout universe, so that you play a series of games, and if you unlocked a rifle or something in the first game, then you'll have that rifle in the sequel, or you'll also have that in the strategy version or whatever.
Yep, you nailed it.
Yeah, it's pretty insane. It doesn't exist.
So, Scald, wouldn't the Steam Marketplace be ideal for your setup then?
It would be, but my only problem is I don't think they allow cryptographic games on there, and I wanted individuals to own, like, if you get an item in the game, I want you, Rad the Reptile, to have it. And if you go play another game, or if you want to sell it to WhatGeek, you can do that, and I don't really care.
I'm saying go talk to Steam, man. Like, seriously, I feel like they may even cut some off at 30% because that's a big deal. And if you bring in like community mods so that I can make something, you know what I'm saying? And at that point, that's insane, and people are going to spend a fuckload of money.
Hey, Scald, I wrote, I think I mentioned this before, but I wrote an economic paper on digital economy inside of World of Warcraft. And if you want me to help you sell it to Steam, just let me know, man. I'm hip to what you're doing, and I'll totally help you sell it to them if you want to.
Oh, that's awesome, man. I appreciate it. We'll talk Human Genome for sure, and WhatGeek we'll talk also. I'm starting to lean towards Steam a little more.
I mean, they may not work with you at all, you know what I mean? But if they will, if you can contact them and they'll work something out with you, then I feel like that would probably be an amazing marketplace for that. Just because of the back end and how easy it is for people to create stuff and put it in your game, right? And if you go down that avenue, I think that would be, I mean, I can imagine, we're already talking about it right now. Like, imagine if one of us made a gun and I sold it to you for whatever on Steam, and now that gun exists in like 7 different games for you. That's a big deal.
I mean, isn't that essentially what GameStop is trying to do with their markets? Like, have you just written what GameStop wanted for their script for their market store?
Yeah, there's a lot of similarities there. The differences in how there's a little bit of a difference in implementation.
I mean, the difference is you have a game that does it. What are you talking about? They don't have shit.
I didn't want to say that, but like, yeah, the difference is it works. Yeah, like, I don't know.
No, Scald, I was saying this is a positive for you. You could almost walk up to them and be like, "Hey, that thing you're trying to do, I've already done it." So there's that.
Hey, I didn't think about that, and you had already mentioned the GameStop marketplace, so maybe contact both of them. Fucking YOLO, right?
Yeah, for sure. And we've got a few other interesting things. Like, we're publishing an art book through Barnes & Noble that's going to have all the art of the game in it. And then, like, I'm working with them currently that, like, basically if you buy this art book, in the art book is a QR code that you scan with your phone, and it gives you a unique item in the game. So, you know, if you get the collector's edition art book, you also get a unique item, et cetera, et cetera. I've always liked those kind of things that help build immersion.
Whenever your company gets off the ground, let me know. I'll come work for you.
Absolutely, man. I'm trying to raise money for it right now, so.
Well, if mine gets anywhere at all, I'll holler at you if I get there first. I doubt it. You're much further than I am.
Well, I'm lucky because fraternity brother of mine, him and I had like basically written a bunch of games that we wanted to publish as like board games and stuff like that. And then he was like, you know, I've been designing simulations for the United States military for a decade. I could probably just make these into games. And sure enough, he did in an appallingly small amount of time.
So that's the thing that I want to point out to people who are interested in software engineering but are on the fence or something like that. It's kind of like writing books. And so if I wrote a stupid little game when I was in college in, 2002 or something, I can come back today and pull it off GitHub and finish it out and publish it. And I think that's the beauty of it, right?
Oh yeah. And I don't know. I always say I'm not a programmer because the only thing I know is Python. But even if you learn some high level easy language, like it definitely helps, you know?
Not that I'm trying to sell you guys on it. I tell my kids all the time, you can be a veterinarian, but wouldn't it be cool if you were a veterinarian who knew how to code? That's what I'm saying. Wouldn't it be cool if you played the stock market? You could write code.
Oh yeah. It's certainly cooler knowing how to write code and trade.
Play the stock market while learning to code sounds like those 90s games where they were like, learn math while having fun.
No, you just gotta find a gateway. Just like Minecraft or something.
Maybe it's because I'm a little autistic, but I picked up mathematics as like a hobby later in life. And man, I just love it. I just love looking at different math equations and stuff like that. I got really into cryptography, being that that's what, you know, crypto is based on. And I just became so fascinated with it. I just really went from there.
Let me ask you this. Where did you get your art assets for your game?
So the interesting thing about that is a blend of basically 3 different neural networks, one of which I built from the ground up, which uses a thing called a generative facial prior. And what I did was I showed it a bunch of pictures of what humans look like, and then basically I show it a picture and I say, make this picture look more like a real person, and it goes in and does that. It's called a GFP GAN, and that one I built. I have a version of Stable Diffusion that I'm self-hosting. I also have Midjourney, and so between my own Stable Diffusion and Midjourney, and then my GFP GAN, those are the first few passes. After that, I typically drop it into either PixArt or Adobe Lightroom, and then I do the final editing myself on it just to clean it up, make it look better. Sometimes I'll do like some larger changes to the image. And then after all that's done, I know that they're saying you can't copyright works, but I feel like the fact that I'm using multiple different networks and the fact that I'm doing a final editing myself, I feel like that's copyrightable. Hopefully others will agree.
Wait, so you're taking real people's pictures and converting them into cards in a card game?
No. I'm taking fake pictures that are completely generated by AI. Then I'm taking real people's pictures to make those pictures look more realistic. And then I'm editing them in Photoshop at the end because sometimes the output is kind of rough.
I see.
It's us. He just copied all of them.
Yeah.
Copy paste. I've seen this before.
For just a second, Wacky thought it was Inscription.
I mean, I'm impressed. Either way it fucking goes, I don't care. I'm impressed.
Well, however, if we wanted to copy all of this, we can. I don't know if you guys have seen 11 Labs, but if you add a 1-minute sample of somebody talking, which pretty much everybody up here has talked for more than a minute today, if you add a 1-minute sample of an individual talking, it will completely clone their voice using AI, and you can have it say anything.
So I've been digging into Azure on the back end, and apparently Azure can do that in seconds. Like, I haven't managed to get the memory stream of you guys up to Azure in such a way that Azure gives a shit about it. But I can see on the other end the things that I can do with the memory stream when I actually do that. And what Azure allows me to do is basically just listen to you guys and send it all up there. And what it'll do on the back end is build a profile of you guys if I tell it to. So it'll know who Scald is and Rad and all you guys. I'm not going to do that because the overhead for that is way too much. But it certainly will. And apparently, with only seconds of your voice, it can start to reproduce your persona.
That is cool. Also, this technology is a little horrifying but very cool.
Oh yeah, it's terrifying. Absolutely fucking terrifying.
See, it may be able to emulate my voice, but can it match my perfectly timed comedy? That's what I want to know.
I don't
'Cause,
think
I
so.
mean, my comedy is pretty much perfection.
I don't think the AI.
Nah.
I don't think the AI is ever going to get wit right.
Have you guys seen the Stream Forever Twitch channel?
That sounds terrible.
It is. It was an AI that was trained on all the episodes of Frasier, Seinfeld, and Friends, and it just generates. Like, I was watching it, and it cuts to this scene, and it's like, I woke up again today, and I was like, oh my god! Like, it's funny because it's an unlimited, infinite generation of bullshit. So it's like, yeah, you'll be waking up forever, buddy. You're a robot.
There's a website somewhere that's like, it's like Pointer Clicker or something like that, where every time you click on it, it will put up an image of someone pointing to the cursor. And so, like, literally somebody's, has uploaded their stupid party image, and, people are drunk in the background, but somebody is pointing to this cursor every single time. The math behind that, Scald, I can't even begin to imagine. It's crazy. What we're saying is that you guys should invest in technology. We forgot we were in an investment talk for a minute.
I mean, I've got to admit, there's some real cool stuff that you can come up with, especially when you start mixing and matching different AIs, different features that they have. Because even the I think it's Lensa that does the photos to where they turn the photo into like a moving photo, and it can talk and do stuff like that. No, I'm just gonna put this out there. I'm not gonna do this. But so my dad passed away late 22. But like I had like a brief moment where I was like, oh, maybe I should create an AI image of him that can like talk to my mom using an AI like. And honestly, like the idea came from a show called I can't remember the fuck the name of the show was. It was like a creepy show about a.
I think I know what you're talking about.
Right, and like he did it for like.
Pet Cemetery?
Wife's mom.
Is that the show?
No. It's like
No.
I can't remember the. I want to say Black Mirror, but that's not right.
Yeah, it's like a creepy like dystopian kind of like Google is run by like a guy's name was like Gogol, but so it was like clearly a play on Google, like a tech billionaire guy, but he uses like recorded voicemail messages to create an AI chatbot for his wife's dad when his mom, because his wife had passed away. And basically it was trained to answer questions kind of the way she would have answered them based on her recordings of her voice. And it's actually really weird because like I think about people with like things like dementia having a familiar voice that they can always talk to. And I feel like there are some really kind of solid applications for this stuff that haven't made their way to market yet. But there's no way that there's no one working on it.
That's it right there. There's a shitload of developers that prior to like 3 or 4 or 5 years ago were sitting here like there's nothing to build because it's all been built and I'm going to build TikTok, right? But now there's a brand new frontier where I can build all kinds of shit on this AI stuff. It'll learn who you are and be your best friend and shit.
Hey, where's the link to DFV, the fake DFV, where he's talking about shit about like bag holders and stuff?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
I think it's Opinion who uploaded it or something.
So there was a deep fake like meme thing that was posted to WallStreetBets of like DFV being like, hey guys, just an update. I sold my GME months ago. Y'all are a bunch of idiots. It was on the front page like a day or two. I think that's what he's talking about.
Where's the link?
I don't know, man. It was on the front page a while ago.
You can probably check the Twitter as well. I think I tweeted it out.
I mean, Opinion made it, so he probably tweeted it out too.
I did not make it. They just handed it to me from Citadel's office.
I mean, he paid the hedgies in order to make it, in order to keep down the stock.
So thinking about this AI stuff, right? So ChatGPT can write in any style of any historical figure, right? So you can say like, tell me about social media as written by Nikola Tesla. And because it has enough writing from Nikola Tesla, it understands his style. And then it'll go ahead and write it. But also thinking about 11, which is able to clone someone's voice from a minute long, most of the Edison cylinders are over a minute in length. So I'm sure we could get something like a speech by Abraham Lincoln, get a recording of him talking from the Edison cylinder, drop the text from ChatGPT into 11 Labs, and actually have say Abraham Lincoln read off a new speech. It'd be pretty dope. I'm able to do that now.
Welcome us every morning to the chat.
Well, think about it this way: you could actually, and so this is one of the applications that I've been thinking about is. So we have a lot of social media websites, and one of the biggest things that they're trying to do is identify bots. But how difficult is it going to be to identify bots when bots are basically being filtered through AI to generate essentially new content? So what happens if, let's say, one of us does the Abraham Lincoln chatbot, and another person does the Nikola Tesla chatbot, but we put them both into the same chat? Abraham Lincoln chatbot does not know Nikola Tesla chatbot is a chatbot, and we just let them talk to each other. They ask questions, they answer questions. One of the questions that I have is, how difficult is it going to be to even identify when you're in a room full of bots?
I have something similar, a similar thought, but actually it did occur.
So it's already kind of difficult. Used to, I would join, a first-person shooter game or something like that, and it was very obvious what the bot was and what the player was. That started to kind of disappear. I'd say probably about 2 years ago. It became a little more difficult at some point to tell which one was a bot. It was still kind of, they do weird shit sometimes, whatever, and so you can pick up on it. But the last time I played Fortnite with my kids, probably 3 weeks ago or so, and I mean, the people that I was killing were either really, really fucking bad, and it was a lot of people, or there were bots in that shit that I couldn't tell were bots.
I mean, considering that the average player age in Fortnite is like 7.5, it could just be that they were really, really, really bad.
I mean, it's possible. It was a lot, man. We played for like 4.5 hours, and I averaged like 25, 30 kills a game, right? So,
Look, if you had told me that the average player in Fortnite was 30, I would believe your justification. But those 7-year-olds are fucking terrifying.
I would argue that a lot of players in Fortnite are older than you think they are.
No, they are, but you also are going to have like players playing on their phone and stuff like that, right? Because aren't all the systems connected?
Yeah. Also, there's a skill-based matchmaking thing happening. I don't know. I have no idea. I'm just saying it's becoming harder. The thing that I'm thinking about isn't necessarily what's happening tomorrow or even in the next couple of years. It's what's it going to look like in 10 years, right? Like, that's what we really got to worry about.
Okay, folks.
Yeah, it's out there now.
So the company that I think at this point we should be looking out for is whoever.
Oh, sorry. I was going to play the audio that I created.
Yeah, man. So, I mean, really, I'm looking out for companies who are coming up with ways to like monetize the invisible chatbot. So things like, especially things like social media companies, but like the political divisions of social media companies, because you can really, I mean, we've already seen it in social media just with posting, how much you can use bots to push the political and the public conversation in a particular direction. So when you start seeing companies like develop really advanced bots and dropping them in on spaces like, like the WallStreetBets chat, that is going to be like highly, highly monetizable. Like people will pay good money for those types of bots.
Opinion. I think this is where you step in and tell us what your strategy is to defeat the bots.
Which bots are talking?
The bots, all of them.
All of them.
It's a war. It's a war, bro. You got to stop.
Opinion
You have to
answered that.
understand, Opinion is Borg, so he's just assimilating the bots. He's fine.
Oh, that's right. He's on their side. I forgot.
I was about to say, Opinion answered that exactly the way a bot would. What bot?
I'm just looking for more details.
A slight laugh.
He's
What
just
bot?
a Canadian bot.
I'm just waiting when Opinion gets stuck in his cell GME loop because his programming has a bug, and that's when we'll finally know the truth.
I will say it's interesting. Like I've gone out to a few investment firms and I've talked to them to start raising money, and one of them goes, "Oh, you're like an AI-enabled micro studio. We thought we'd be seeing some companies like you this year." And I was like, "What?" And then they referred me to an article that they wrote in November of 2022, and in that article, they lay out basically the exact way my company is using AI, exactly what its effects are. And it was like verbatim. It's like, wow, you saw me coming. Holy shit. Anyway, so I think they're going to invest with us, which is great, but it's just wild to see that.
Did it freak you out when they actually had your name written there for the person who would do it, or did you just kind of roll with it?
No, it wasn't that detailed, but it was pretty detailed. I was surprised.
So remember we were talking about social media earlier and the giants in the messaging space. Visual Capitalist has a visual diagram for November of this year past. So pretty good. Tencent has a huge market share though. Like equivalent to Facebook.
Yeah, Tencent's also pretty innovative when it comes to AI as well. They're
So I think they're the ones to look at. That's a massive company.
Who still uses Facebook, man? Like, I don't even know what that is anymore.
I don't
It's
know. Bots,
unfortunate.
boomers.
Yeah, it's
Most of your-
unfortunate that you have to use Facebook to talk to anyone over the age of, say, 45 or 50, but other than that.
Mostly older people, but the thing to remember is those are also the people most likely to not be willing to change to a new platform, even if it's better. So, like, those are customers until they die. They do not want to learn the new tech of whatever comes out.
I mean, I get that. If MySpace came back out tomorrow, I'd do that shit all day.
MySpace is still out, buddy.
No, I'm saying, like, was worth a fuck.
Right now, it actually is my space. It's just me. It's pretty cool.
So the problem with that business model of just being like, hey, we're just going to keep Facebook alive as is, and, we'll just keep the current people, is that essentially, eventually those people are going to move out of the range of your advertisers in terms of the amount of money they generate, and you're going to start losing advertising revenue. Honestly, it's why they're pushing the metaverse so hard. It's because their real cash cow right now is Instagram. So it's really about keeping Instagram growing and then creating a new social media platform that will attract younger people, because TikTok is the new thing. And young people don't want to get on the same fucking platform as their grandparents. Let's just be honest. Like, did you want to go hang out at the same social clubs as your grandma and grandpa? No. You wanted to hang out someplace where they weren't.
So on this note, you said TikTok. I'd like to plug YouTube because I've noticed something. There's a lot of kids that are wanting to watch TikTok, but the parents are like, no, TikTok. What are the kids doing? They're going to watch YouTube Shorts. And the parents are like, oh, yeah, you can go watch YouTube. But those YouTube shorts are literally the same thing as TikTok.
Yeah, I have blocked both TikTok and YouTube. So
yeah,
I think a fun idea for social media would be a website called Echo Chamber, and you create an account there, and then you start getting friend requests, and just everybody else on there is a bot that agrees with you. You're the only person in your particular echo chamber.
Holy fuck, Skull, let's do this.
That's like a weekend build. We should go for it.
No, hold on.
That already exists.
This is a fucking genius idea. Just call it what it is.
And the nice thing is, the Russians have already coded those bots, so all you got to do is just get them to join.
So realistically, to the question earlier, right? Like, it's going to take some people quite a while to figure out they're alone. So you'd probably make some advertising revenue before you really had to connect anybody to each other.
The bigger question is when you share a picture of your cat and it gets 20 upvotes and like 2 comments about what a cute cat it is. Do you even care? Do you even care that it's an echo chamber? You're like, yeah, that's my cat.
I don't think I care. I don't think anybody would ever care enough to investigate if they were ever real people.
You know, honestly, that's kind of what the problem with social media is right now. Like, it doesn't even matter anymore because we're starting to realize that none of this means anything. It's all just like bullshit.
Yeah,
honestly,
I was asking Hardy because I was floating this idea yesterday, and I asked him what he thought about a virtual COO. And I was thinking about us using a bot that would just answer basic questions from investors, where it would say things like, here's our financials, and like, but it would send like out emails that were like, playing with these bots, it's like, man, it could be really well written. I'm not sure how much of, we think of jobs like CEO as very secure, but really it's a bunch of soft skills, and these bots are getting pretty damn good at those. And I think it's just a matter of time before we see a fully autonomous company where it's mostly just coders and some of the other positions are actually just AI that's doing all the outreach.
First of all, that's the second good fucking idea that you've come up with in like 15 minutes.
What do you mean good idea? What do you think we're doing? Listen,
hold on. Just hold on. Let me pitch this to you. A fully bot run company. Fully bot run. Like, no fucking people, no fucking overhead. You have I keep laughing and joking about the fact that like these CEOs who are like making 300 times what their average worker is making are going, hey, we gotta really like fire some people to reduce inflation, and everyone is just eating that like, yeah, that's a good idea. Let's fire 100 people so we can reduce inflation. When you've got like a dude making 300 times your average worker's salary. And what is
the company
really doing?
The company you speak of already exists. It's called Bitcoin. No CEO, no CFO, no CIO, no data center, no corporate headquarters, no employees, and it is the most resilient currency in the world.
And it is
10 years and going strong.
Y'all are catching up, man. Like, what do you think? The developers, our world, we don't do social stuff very well. Like, we don't. And you're like the only people that I really talk to, honestly. And so you build bots to handle this shit for you, right?
Shit, that's sad.
Well,
it's not sad. I want to live in my world. Fuck you guys.
Well, the interesting thing, Trash Panda, is typically I would say like this is a cool idea, but we couldn't really do it. But the interesting thing about where we're at right now is that there's actually a legal way to create the company that you're talking about. In Wyoming, if you submitted the code of the bots in your DAO incorporation papers, you could create a distributed autonomous organization, a DAO in Wyoming, incorporate it, and say, here are the decision makers, here's the algorithms they use to make decisions, and you would have a legal entity that would be allowed to transact business in the United States of America. So that's pretty wild.
I mean, something to consider though about your bot company, not to be the cold water guy, but a lot of legal protections, especially like IP protections and stuff, will not extend to your bots. They will be not treated the way a human would be treated, and it could backfire. Sorry to be that guy.
No, I mean you'll still have protections as a company. In fact, honestly, if you're incorporated, your legal protections actually run a lot longer than they would.
Wait. You're talking about good ideas. Here's your good idea. Insurance to cover the human owners for the bot's mistakes. Start that company, you'll be a fucking trillionaire.
They've
That's
already
actually that's a fucking solid one too, my friend.
Considering there's already case law reducing the liability that companies have for when their programs go awry, you might not have to pay out on those policies very often.
I mean, I'm confident it already exists because we do automated surgery, right?
Yeah, it's got to be like a modified errors and emissions insurance, like E&O, like a modified E&O insurance policy. It's not a bad idea. But Rad is right. Anything that the bot writes, like a bot's email, would not be subject to copyright. Whereas, like, if I sent you an email, being a human, Skull Crypto actually owns the copyright to that email because, as far as you know, I'm a real person. So, you know, it's de facto protected. Whereas Rad's correct. It would not extend to the bot's creation.
Here's the thing. So the person wouldn't own it, but the company would. So in the same way that if you work as a scientist with a large, so if you were a scientist working with Pfizer, right, and you came up with a unique sequence of for a new drug, you don't own that. The company does. And so that's an important distinction to make. It's the company would still own the rights to all of its proprietary information. And so you could still get it copyrighted.
So when it comes to copyright, something intrinsic into the law that people don't realize, and this has been litigated on, it is human specific. Only human beings can create protectable property that can be copyrighted. And that's been litigated before. PETA actually did a court case where they tried to sue for like a picture that a monkey took that was very popular. And the courts ruled and said the monkey cannot own the image regardless of the fact that it was the one who pushed the shutter. It is a human-specific ownership of that property. Only humans can own this. And that's probably going to extend to AIs.
Right.
What about when you're doing works for hire? Like you can have people that do work for hire and the copyright belongs to someone else.
Right. But the human generated that work, so therefore it's like copyrightable. Versus like if I had an AI create like the greatest art ever, technically that's not copyrightable art. The AI did it, and the AI cannot have protections.
Right.
So here's the difference. Here's the difference. If we own an AI, so right, we build an AI, and the AI is owned by the company. Because we built the AI, the work product of that AI is.
It's never going to work.
You know what I'm saying? So in other words, the company and the people who own the company are the people who own the copyright.
And even if you can't win on those fronts, I would say that there are you could definitely make it a fight. I don't know if you would win, but you could definitely make it a fight, right? So like one thing would be like confidentiality. Like it's very common for emails to say, have a confidentiality disclaimer at the bottom of the email. We've all seen those. We all work. So, you know, it's not clear to me that even if the subject of say an email is not copyrightable, it could still be confidential, right? There could still be layers of protection.
Absolutely.
So the interesting thing about this is that so when you guys, I don't know if you SSH or anything like that, but anytime you access a system on the back end with like a command line interface or something like that, it's going to tell you like only authorized users can access this thing. It's a stupid little message. It doesn't stop you from doing anything or anything like that, but it specifically says only authorized users can enter this. The reason why is because there's a famous hacker case from like 1980, something like that, where a guy hacked into a system and it didn't tell him that he was not allowed to be there. And so he won his case as a hacker because the system literally didn't tell him not to be there. So at the end of the day, I think they're always going to say, you know, like you can or cannot.
Yeah, I think it would be hard to like maybe make a copyright claim against the things that you're robot executives might create. But a confidentiality claim, I mean, it would certainly be a fight. It might not be as clearly decided.
I'm pretty sure all they have to do is claim it. I think after that case, I think as long as a company claims something as secure in some way, if you propagate it, like if that email, the reason that those emails end up, with that stuff on it is so that if Scald ends up with my email, right, he knows I can't do shit with this or that company's going to come after me. And that will stand up in court every time.
Yeah, I'm speaking purely through copyrights. And just to kind of get to Trash Panda's point, even though the human generated the AI who generated the thing, it still currently doesn't necessarily protect the thing because you put the effort into making the AI, but in the eyes of like the copyright, the AI created the product itself and there wasn't enough human involvement to necessarily claim the protections. It's a weird law that has to adjust.
So the way I read that law is this. So let's say Scald invents an AI, right? And then you, Rad, put inputs into the AI to generate something. And the AI generates that new information. You, Rad, cannot copyright that. Okay? However, if Scald creates his own AI, then he has his AI, which is his proprietary information that nobody has access to. If he has his AI generate something, that is still his property because his AI is really, in other words, he owns all the rights to all the inputs that have gone into it.
I don't want it. As
Right.
a developer, I don't want it. I don't want any of that shit.
I mean, that's the problem is people want that open source, right?
Yeah,
And so much AI is open source, right?
Right. And so like really and truly like this, think about your AI more as like a fucking printer, right? It's just taking information entered in and then translating it into another form, right? So you give it an input and it gives you an output. It's a printer. That's all it's doing. But it's printing in new and interesting ways based on algorithms. It's not, it's just a machine. It's not its own thing. So no, you cannot, your printer can't have a copyright on something, right? But you can, especially if you're like just using, if all the proprietary information is yours, but probably not with an open AI.
I see what you're saying. So it's interesting because what you're talking about is crossing the threshold of actually sending the email. Scald and Rad, to the point, I think if you generate the email and then it comes to you as a person and then you take that and send it, then at that point that email would be, subject to whatever. But if you've got an AI that's sending stuff itself, I think you're right. I think we're in this gray area. And personally, as a developer, what I've been trying to get out of my mouth is that I don't want the responsibility. Because if I build an open source thing and put it on GitHub, and then Scald pulls that in his application, and it uses some AI or something and sends some crazy email, and they start talking about responsibility. What you guys are saying to me right now is that they're going to start looking at me and my algorithms to find responsibility for the mistakes that were made, and I don't want that at all. That's going to close open source. That's terrible.
Which is why you only should operate through an LLC. That's that one. Only work through an LLC background.
Other interesting thought to put into your AI business would be how you trained the AI, and would somebody try to make claims against the stuff that you fed into the AI? So like Scald, when you said you gave a bunch of images to teach your AI to generate human faces, technically, depending on what images you used, if you used like images from online, technically something like a Getty image could come in and say, hey, I didn't give you permission to feed that to an AI. You took our images. So just there's a lot of, my point is not to throw water on things, by the way. My point is there's a lot of interesting questions that come from AI generation. That's going to be really neat to see how the legal system works through it.
Yeah. And I mean, it's a tough one because at the end of the day, like, for example, my GFP GAN, let's just use that as the example. It's open source, right? Anyone can go and make my copy of it. But you know what's unique to mine is the weights, the training data that's been given. So like mine is unique because it's been trained a certain way. And mine can do certain things. Like one thing it can do that's super interesting that I was showing my parents the other day is I could take a picture of them and it would immediately put them in like full plate mail, like fantasy armor. Like they literally look like they were in like a fantasy, setting. My mom even said, "Man, that looks like my old World of Warcraft character," right? Because she played World of Warcraft back in the day. And it's like, well, not every AI is made to do that. My specific AI is made to do that because I was generating fantasy images for a game, right? So I would own the weights to it. It would be hard for you to say I don't own the weights to it because I'm the one that trained it. But I would argue, like, if you just go out there and find GFP GAN, you'll probably be able to find the base program. It's just open source. Anyone can use it.
I mean, but again, like this is one of the unique things about AI, right? So we're having a conversation about copyright. And one of the beauties of AI is that we can generate a massive amount of stuff for free. So I don't even think that trying to work I would say whatever business models you come up with, you want to operate outside of the world of copyright. In other words, you don't want to create a business where you're trying to copyright things that you're creating. The whole point of this is that now you can generate a lot of content for free for almost no, and that's really why copyrights exist. Copyrights exist because it takes such a long time to create content that you have to give the owner of that information an opportunity to recover financially from the investment of time it took to actually create that work product. So if it's a book, you keep your copyright for like 50 years or so. And, over the course of that 50 years, you can sell as many books as you want before it becomes a part of the public domain. And that's really the purpose of those copyrights. But no, if you're going to write a whole book in 15 minutes through your AI, you really don't need a 50-year copyright to recover your investment. You're recovering as soon as you sell 2 copies, you've broken even.
So what's your cost overhead on the APIs? I'm assuming you're hitting API.
Cost overhead on what?
So like ChatGPT, you can only use it so many times an hour, and the reason why is because it's more than likely it's on an AWS, right? And so the calls into whatever service you're standing up cost money.
$305 a month.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking for. I think that's what's going to get us into this copyright world, right? Like you, Scald, regardless of what you're doing, are generating things that are costing you money, and so as a company, you want your money back plus more.
Yeah, and obviously that's a scalable expense, right? There's a possibility that number goes up and down. That was my December bill. My January bill looks like it's probably going to be comparable. My November bill was much lower. It was in the $100. It was just over $100.
So I got into the multiplayer world, and like I don't know if you're there, but you probably have a cost overhead for multiplayer also. That's scalable. It becomes more and more and more expensive the more players that I have.
Yeah, Amazon GameLift, the AWS, just lets us use the AWS thing to track the expenses, and because it's containerized, it's a fixed cost that I have in the financial documents that I show. Like this is basically our cost per player, and this is our expected number of average players, which my financials are based on the fact that we are 1/20th as successful as the 3rd largest card game. So pretty conservative estimate on my financials there. I'm basically estimating that we're not very good. If we turn out to be pretty good, then great.
I like it. The point that I was trying to make, Chat for Trash Panda, is that regardless of what you're doing, like I heard you say free a lot, and there's not a lot of free in my world. It exists, I can do things for free. I go to Chat GPT and mess with it for an hour or so for free. But if I really want to use Chat GPT on the back end, there's a cost overhead for it.
Yeah, absolutely. But I mean, like, if you want to use Chat GPT, or let's say you design T-shirts, all right, simple, easygoing business, and all you want to do is create an inspirational quote like "Live, Laugh, Love." All right, but you want something original. You just slap that sucker into Chat GPT and say, create 50, 3-line phrases. You stick that on your Etsy, and then you print your shirts as they come. What I'm saying is that there is an aspect of this content generation that ChatGPT significantly reduces the cost of, which is the time on your thought, where you're sitting down and actually having to think up what you want to put there. Whereas you could spend 1 hour, ask ChatGPT the same question in different ways, 10 times, generate 50 to 100 responses, and then choose your top 10.
I saw a post the other day where a lady goes on and she's like, give me a 5-day content plan for my Instagram account. And it does it.
Yeah, it'll do anything. I hadn't considered this before, but we just did the GameStop thing, right, as a collective. What's going to happen when everybody figures out that in some capacity they can manipulate an AI and they go and convince it that some word is something else or something? I feel like we're going to do that.
I had a big fight with ChatGPT to get it to provide me a Hapex legomena, which a Hapex legomena is a word that only occurs once in the entire written language of a given, like in English, like this word only appears once in English. They're very hard to find because, well, they're pretty much a made-up word. But it eventually gave me one after a lot of messing around with it. It gave me the word xenos transplantation, which apparently was used only once in a academic paper.
Cool. Actually, so just me personally, I was fucking around with ChatGPT and I figured out there's a guy in my family history that shares my exact name that was a senator for a while. And that was amazing because I know a lot about my family history. And so I haven't confirmed that yet, but if it's the case, I'll be fucking surprised. I don't know. We're losing it, so I'm going to dip. Bye, guys.
Yeah, I think I'm going to go ahead and kill this. We're down to 200 people. Mark's been out for a while.
Alrighty.
I'll see y'all later.
Enjoy your day.